Okay, we are live. Today, I decided to come on and talk about this question, which I've been thinking about a lot. Are Freemasons too afraid to fail? By which I mean, are Freemasons too afraid to try new things? And as a result, they're afraid to try new things. And as a result of being afraid to try new things, they oftentimes find themselves stuck in a state of, I guess, stasis would be the best term. Too risk averse is another way to put it. Um, Let me know what you think of that as a question. Answer the poll question when it comes out. Are Freemasons too afraid to fail? And jump in the chat. I just decided to do this last minute, so by all means, we'll give it a bit of time. We'll see who shows up, and we'll start chatting. Are Freemasons too afraid to fail? And by the way, let me know what you think about. It can be anything else. I've been thinking about taking scoring codes motions to Blue Sky to see how that goes. So maybe, by all means, I hope that you'll let me know if you think that's a good idea or not. If you're on Blue Sky, let me know as well. And let me know what you think of it. Because I've been hearing Blue Sky is pretty good. Personally, I think that we in Scoring Codes Promotions, also we in Freemasonry, just in general, need to be more willing to kind of be anywhere and taking the time to try to be different places and try to be in different locations, both in the physical world, in the real world, but also I think we should spend more time and be more willing to try to be in different spaces in the virtual world. So that means YouTube, that means X, that means or Twitter, that means Facebook, that means Instagram, that also means potentially Blue Sky, which again, I don't know, I know very little about it. I'd like to learn more about it. So yeah, hopefully we will learn more soon. In the meantime, welcome. You can answer the poll question. Do you think Freemasons are too afraid to fail? And also anything else that we want to chat about. The fun thing about these, it's always just an ask me anything. Let's have a fun, let's have a chat type of situation. I'm actually going to make this a poll also on Twitter or on X on YouTube as well. See if we can get some people joining us. Also, thank you to everybody who has been joining us so far. Also, it has been a very cold, very crummy past few days. So I think it's been great to see people joining us in the last couple of days. So I'm going to give it a chance, see who else joins the chat and answers the question. Are Freemasons too afraid to fail? Usually takes about half an hour for people to start showing up. So we got a bit of time. I'm in no rush. Oh, interesting. I did a poll a few days ago. Have you paid your Masonic dues for 2025 yet? 80% said yes, 20% said no. So that's interesting. Nice to see the polls getting some more attention. I also got some people I want to show off or thank you for being sponsors, which I plan to show off soon. We're just going to wait for some more people to arrive. And if you are just joining us, I hope you'll answer the poll question. Do you think Freemasons are too afraid to fail? And also take the time to jump in the chat, say hello. Let me know what you want to talk about. Just going to share this with some people. I mean, my personal opinion, for whatever it's worth, is yes, I think we are far too risk averse. And as a consequence of that risk aversion, I think Freemasonry also misses out on some pretty amazing opportunities. And yeah, there's a huge risk to doing it, and you are going to fail. But I think failure is sometimes a good thing. You just have to figure out how much failure you're willing to accept and the type of failure you're willing to accept and all that good stuff. And also we can talk, like, so anything else we want to chat about. I've actually had some real fun things happen in the past few days, or actually today especially was a good day. I'm going to see if I can't start, well, I'm doing some other work, but that doesn't mean I'm hoping you guys will still join us. Kind of the way I got this idea for this topic, this conversation, was through Lex Friedman clip. I'm going to see if I can play it now so you guys can hear it. Let me know if you can hear it in the chat. I'm going to see if I can clip it and actually post it to my Facebook pages. Another thing. Just one sec. Let me see if I can share the screen here. Is there an optimal rate of failure?
Really great.
All right, let me see.
Am I not failing enough?
Yeah.
Okay.
It also makes failure much less of a sting, I have to say. Like, you're just like, okay, great. Like then when I go and I think about this, I'll be like, maybe I'm not under failing in this area because like that one just didn't work out.
And from the observer perspective, we should be celebrating failure more.
Mm-hmm.
When we see it, it shouldn't be, like you said, a sign of something gone wrong, but maybe it's a sign of everything gone right.
Yeah.
And just lessons learned.
Someone tried a thing.
Somebody tried a thing, and we should encourage them to try more and fail more.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody listening to this, fail more.
Well, not everyone listens.
Not everybody. To take a tangent on that, since it reminded me of a blog post you wrote on optimal rate of failure.
Oh, yeah.
Can you explain the key idea there? How do we compute the optimal rate of failure in the various domains of life?
Yeah, I mean, it's a hard one because it's like, what is the cost of failure is a big part of it. Yeah, so the idea here is I think in a lot of domains, people are very punitive about failure. And I'm like, there are some domains where, especially cases, I've thought about this with like social issues. I'm like, it feels like you should probably be experimenting a lot because I'm like, we don't know how to solve a lot of social issues. But if you have an experimental mindset about these things, you should expect a lot of social programs to like fail and for you to be like, well, we tried that. It didn't quite work, but we got a lot of information that was really useful. And yet people are like, if a social program doesn't work, I feel like there's a lot of like, this is just something must have gone wrong. And I'm like, or correct decisions were made. Like maybe someone just decided like it's worth a try. It's worth trying this out. And so seeing failure in a given instance doesn't actually mean that any bad decisions were made. And in fact, if you don't see enough failure, sometimes that's more concerning. And so like in life, I'm like, if I don't fail occasionally, I'm like, am I trying hard enough? Like surely there's harder things that I could try or bigger things that I could take on if I'm literally never failing. And so in and of itself, I think like not failing is often actually kind of a failure. Now this varies because I'm like, well, if this is easy to say when, especially as failure is like less costly, so at the same time, I'm not going to go to someone who is like, I don't know, like living month to month and then be like, why don't you just try to do a startup? Like, I'm not going to say that to that person because I'm like, well, that's a huge risk. You might like lose, you maybe have a family depending on you. You might lose your house. Like, then I'm like, actually, your optimal rate of failure is quite low and you should probably play it safe. Because like right now, you're just not in a circumstance where you can afford to just like fail and it not be costly. And yeah, in cases with AI, I guess I think similarly where I'm like, if the failures are small and the costs are kind of like low, then I'm like, then, you're just going to see that. Like when you do the system prompt, you can't iterate on it forever, but the failures are probably, hopefully going to be kind of small and you can like fix them. Really big failures, like things that you can't recover from. I'm like, those are the things that actually I think we tend to underestimate the badness of. I've thought about this strangely in my own life where I'm like, I just think I don't think enough about things like car accidents or like, or like I've thought this before about like how much I depend on my hands for my work. Then I'm like, things that just injure my hands. I'm like, I don't know. It's like, there's lots of areas where I'm like, the cost of failure there is really high.
Let me know what you think of this and of this idea in the chat.
And in that case, it should be like close to zero. Like I probably just wouldn't do a sport if they were like, by the way, lots of people just like break their fingers a whole bunch doing this. I'd be like, that's not for me.
Yeah. I actually had a flood of that thought. I recently broke my pinky doing a sport. And I remember just looking at it.
We're here today chatting about and asking the question, are Freemasons or just Masonic bodies in general too afraid to fail? And as a result, being much too risk averse. I was thinking about this primarily because of this clip that I saw from Lex Friedman, where he's talking about the optimal rate of failure, and most people don't fail enough. I'm actually going to clip this and put it on my social media channels. But in the meantime, I'm hoping if you're just joining us, you can hit the like button hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, answer our poll question. We have 1 vote so far. And also let me know what you think in the chat. Do you think Freemasons are too afraid to fail? And I'm going to be talking about some other stuff soon. I'm just waiting for, we got some other things to talk about as well. I'm just waiting for some more people to potentially join.
And thinking you're such an idiot. Why do you do sport? Like what? Because you realize immediately the cost of it
Yeah.
on life. Yeah, but it's nice in terms of optimal rate of failure to consider like the next year, how many times in a particular domain, life, whatever, career, am I okay with it? How many times am I okay to fail?
Yep.
Because I think you don't want to fail on the next thing, but if you allow yourself if you look at it as a sequence of trials,
Yep.
then failure just becomes much more okay. But it sucks. It sucks to fail.
Well, I don't know. Sometimes I think it's like, am I under failing is like a question that I'll also ask myself. So maybe that's the thing that I think people don't like ask enough. Because if the optimal rate of failure is often greater than 0, then sometimes it does feel like you should look at parts of your life and be like, are there places here where I'm just under failing?
It's a profound and a hilarious question, right? Everything seems to be going really great. Am I not failing enough?
Yeah.
Okay.
It also makes failure much less of a sting, I have to say. Like, you're just like, okay, great. Like then when I go and I think about this, I'll be like, maybe I'm not under failing in this area because like that one just didn't work out.
And from the observer perspective, we should be celebrating failure more.
Mm-hmm.
When we see it, it shouldn't be, like you said, a sign of something gone wrong, but maybe it's a sign of everything gone right.
Yeah.
And just lessons learned.
Someone tried a thing.
Somebody tried a thing, and we should encourage them to try more and fail more.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody listening to this, fail more.
Well, not everyone listens.
Not everybody.
The people who are failing too much, you should fail less.
But you're probably not failing. I mean,
Yeah.
how many people are failing too much?
Yeah. It's hard to imagine because I feel like we correct that fairly quickly. Because I was like, if someone takes a lot of risks, are they maybe failing too much?
I think just like you said, when you're living
Let me know what you
on a
think of
paycheck
this.
month to
That
month,
was a poll question.
like when the resources are really constrained, then that's where failure is very expensive. That's where you don't want to be taking risks.
Yep.
But mostly when there's enough resources, you should be taking probably more risks.
Yeah, I think we tend to err on the side of being a bit risk averse rather than risk neutral on most things.
I think we just motivated a lot of people to do a lot of crazy shit. But it's great.
Yeah.
I'm going to be sharing this on the social media, this idea, and asking the question again. I've already asked it on a few different social media sites. Are we too afraid to fail in Freemasonry, and does that result in us being risk averse as opposed to, as they say, risk neutral? Should we be willing to try a thing, or in Freemasonry, or try things? Perhaps is the better way to put it. I personally think we should. I understand the danger of risk. I mean, risk by definition is scary, and failure has a tendency to stay. I understand that as well. But if we're not willing to try things, does that put us at a risk of failure? It's in a different way. 2 votes. Are Freemasons or Masonic bodies too afraid to fail? 2 votes. Both said yes. Let me know if you voted, why you voted that way, and what your thoughts are as it relates to it in the chat. And let me know also anything else. You don't just have to talk about this poll question. We can talk about anything else you guys want to chat about. I have some other things I'm excited to talk about, which I'm going to be talking about soon. But that still gives us a chance now to talk about this poll question. And again, just jump in the chat and let me know how it's going and what you want to talk about. And welcome if you're just joining us. I hope that you will. If you're just joining us for the first time, you hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Hi, Cameron. I can't stay long as I'm picking up a 96-year-old and taking him to the Legion. Well, that's your good deed for the day. I hope he's doing well. By the way, I got my tickets. I am coming in on the 10th. I should get in at 11 o'clock. And then I'm leaving on the 12th. And then I will be coming back in January 9th. So maybe we can have our Christmas dinner on the 11th, maybe. Or even we could have like a Christmas lunch or Christmas breakfast on the 12th. That might be kind of fun. Let me know, Dad, if it's you who answered the poll question. Do you think that Freemasons are too risk averse and too afraid of failing? And if you do, let me know kind of why you might think that. Or what you think of the question in general. I hope that you enjoy picking up your 96. I think I met him, right? The 96-year-old before. So, oh, and by the way, I think I'm going to purchase an air fryer, Dad. You'll be happy to know. I have a whole bunch of Optimum points, and they have air fryers on sale right now at Shoppers. And I really like your air fryer, so I think I'm going to jump on there and use the buy an air fryer. You're a great advertisement for them. I'm not sponsored by air fryers, by the way. I'm just saying I think air fryers are pretty great, based on my dad's air fryer. And if you're just joining us once again, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. The more we have people doing that type of stuff, the more people will find us. Let me know what you think of the poll question. Are Freemasons or Masonic bodies in general too afraid to fail? And what you think about that as a question. This came from a Lex Friedman YouTube clip that I saw, or a Lex Friedman clip that I saw that I really liked, and it kind of thinks about things the same way I think about them, so it worked out well. And so yeah, so that is what got me thinking. We had people come and go. That's all right. We're still going to be sticking around and doing this chat for a little bit longer, so I hope that you guys will join. And I'm also, like I said, I'm planning to go on to Blue Sky, I believe, just because it seems like another site, which could be very helpful. So yeah. Oh, we got 3 votes to the question. Are Freemasons or Masonic bodies too afraid to fail? And all 3 have said yes. So let me know if you did answer the poll question, why you answered it that way, what it is that you think makes us so afraid to fail. Do you think it's a matter of, because we've experienced such issues when it comes to things like the number of members dropping and finances and things, that just has created within us a level of risk aversion? but 3 votes, 3 yeses. So I appreciate very much taking the time to answer those questions. Welcome everybody who's watching. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and let us know what you think of the poll question, what you think of the general question we're chatting about today. Are Freemasons too afraid to fail? And if you think we are, let us know why you think we might be. And thank you actually for Cameron Bailey, most worshipful brother Cameron Bailey, for taking the time to share some of the stuff we recently posted. Cameron Bailey is another example of a Mason who is always trying and always thinking of new things, and it's much, much appreciated. Also, I don't know if you guys have seen, there's other things I can talk about as well, and I want to talk about, but I do want to focus on this because my biggest concern, I think, right now with Freemasonry is they're becoming so risk averse. And part of that is also some of the, I think, responsibility needs to go to Grand Lodges for being so heavy when it comes to different requirements regarding reporting documents, financial documents, building documents, that it's easier to, you don't want to take on any more responsibility or any more work because you're already doing so much work. Especially for the Masons who are doing everything, if that makes any sense. So it's like in the process of doing, if you're one of those Masons who you're doing all of the paperwork for your lodge, you're doing all the leading of your lodge, you're doing all of the administrative tasks for your lodge, you're sending out the summons. Yeah, and you also know that if you make a suggestion as to an initiative or an opportunity or something you want to try, you're also going to be the one who not just has to recommend that risk, but you're also going to be the one who has to actually try to carry that thing out. It makes you less risk averse, not even so much out of being afraid of failure, just being tired. And when you get tired, risks can seem much greater than they would otherwise, I think. If that makes any sense. I think sometimes what we see as risk aversion is really not actually being risk averse. It's more just being tired. And when you get tired, the risk of failure can seem a lot greater because not only do you fail, but then you also have to try to find a way out of the failure, and even if it's a relatively small failure and it's not going to affect that much, if you're exhausted, the effort that it takes to get out of the failure is going to seem so much greater. I think, there's a possibility to that. But let me know what you think in the comments. Are Freemasons or Masonic bodies in general too afraid to fail? In my opinion, I said yes. Oh, for God's sakes, these earphones are supposed to be like environmentally good, and I think they are, but they're kind of being a pain in the butt also. But I think they are. Let me know if you think they are as well. And do you think there's like an optimal rate of failure? So what I mean by that is, do you think that there's a point at which, how do I put this? Like, if you try 10 things and 5 of them fail and 5 of them succeed, is that an optimal rate of failure, 50%? Or if you try 10 things and 10 of them, and 9 of them fail, but 1 of them succeeds, is that okay? And also, does it depend on maybe what the things are? So if you try 10 things, 9 of them fail a little bit, but the 10th one is a massive success, is that going to be worth it? And is that an optimal rate of failure? Or it could be the opposite. If you try 10 things, 9 of them succeed in kind of a small way, but the 10th one fails in a huge way, then is that a suboptimal rate of failure? Because even though you had a 90% success rate, the one failure was so massive that it kind of cancels out the 10 successes. I'm not sure myself. I think it's probably more, it's okay to fail more than you succeed, at least in my experience, because I have failed more than I succeeded. So long as when you do have those successes, succeeding, so long as you do have those successes, it covers it, right? And also potentially kind of a build up. So if you try something and then you fail, and then you just you stop going in that direction altogether and you try something completely new, that's probably a suboptimal rate of failure, because it probably shows that you were kind of directionless. But if you try something, fail, learn from your mistakes, and try again something in the same direction or same idea, but you learn from that failure, my suspicion is you're probably going to see a more optimal rate of failure. So I'm not sure if so that is my humble opinion on that. I think, but yeah, let me know what you think in the chat. What do you think of the poll question? Are Freemasons too afraid to fail? What do you think about this question in general? I do have some people I need to give a shout out to, and I will be doing that soon. But first, I just want to keep chatting here and keep talking about what I think is a very important question. Are Freemasons too afraid to fail? Actually, there's another way I think I could describe it. The idea of being perfect. From one of the, in my opinion, maybe the best sports movie of all time, Friday Night Lights, which is such a good sports movie. Like I said, maybe in my opinion, the best sports movie of all time. And I really like what somebody says, what Billy Bob Thornton's character actually says in there. So I'm going to see if I can find that in just 1 second. But I'm going to keep searching for some other things. We're going to keep going through this. And like I said, please answer the poll question. Are Freemasons too afraid to fail? And jump in the chat and say hello. I just found out, this is interesting. I just found out the James Webb Space Telescope has an actual YouTube channel, which I did not know. That is really cool, because I've talked about the James Webb Space Telescope on my Medium channel before and YouTube a little bit, especially some of these live streams. So I think it's really interesting that we're now finding it. I'm wondering Let me see if I can share this screen for a second. While we're still waiting for people to answer this poll question, and please do, let me see if I can share this screen. We can learn a little bit more about the James Webb Telescope, because I think Freemasons, one of our jobs is to know more about the world in which we find other people. To liberal arts and sciences, and to care about the universe and the universal exploration. Who knows if we'll ever find other people or other aliens in other worlds? I don't know about that. I'm just saying the liberal arts and sciences is intricately connected to space exploration. I think as Freemasons, it's important that we try to study these things. All right. Let's see what fun stuff I can find in the meantime. Give it a couple minutes. There we go. Let's take a tour of IC 2163 and NGC 2207. I have no idea what that even means, but we're going to find out together. Let's hit the play button.
As we zoom through the cosmos, two galaxies emerge from the darkness, entwined in a gravitational interplay. On the right, NGC 2207, the larger of the pair, exerts a gravitational pull on its smaller neighbor, IC 2163, seen on the left. Though they haven't yet merged, their close encounter has begun to pull and twist their spiral arms, causing tidal extensions, ethereal tendrils stretching across the void, marking the early stages of their cosmic interaction. These galaxies reside 114 million light-years from Earth, with NGC 2207 spanning 143,000 light-years across, and IC 2163 measuring 101,000 light-years, about the size of our own Milky Way. What makes this image even more spellbinding is the blend of data from two powerhouse telescopes. Webb's mid-infrared view captures star formation happening right now, while Hubble's visible and ultraviolet light reveals young stars that have recently burst into life. It's like peering through two windows in time, layered together to offer a richer view of these galaxies' evolution. Notice the striking blue clusters scattered throughout the image. These are clusters where stars are forming at a furious pace. Hubble highlights these stellar nurseries, while Webb's mid-infrared vision casts a ghostly red glow, illuminating the dusty regions that envelop the stars. Together, these views give us a haunting look at the galaxies, wrapped in luminous shells of dust. These galaxies are star factories, producing new stars at a rate 5 to 10 times faster than our Milky Way. Each galaxy has witnessed several supernovae, massive cosmic blasts that have left their mark, spreading new elements into space in the process. These powerful explosions may have carved new pathways for fresh star formations, visible as the intense blue patches scattered throughout the image. And those blood-red lines, they're likely shock fronts, zones where the galaxy's materials have collided and compressed, creating a spine-chilling reminder of their turbulent interaction.
Thank you for the like. Welcome. If you're just watching us, please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Let us know in the chat. What do you think of our poll question? Are Freemasons or Masonic bodies too afraid to fail? What do you think about that question? Answer the poll question. Also, if you can, you haven't done so yet, I hope you'll hit the like button and the subscribe button as well. I'm going to keep playing this because we have actually on Square Compass interviewed scientists who are involved with this very space telescope, the James Webb Space Telescope. As Freemasons should care about the liberal arts and sciences, including the study of
spot known as Future
astronomy.
I is a hub of rapid star formation on the outer arm of NGC 2207, glowing even more brightly than the galaxy's core. Though it looks dusty and quiet in visible light, it's actually the galaxy's most active area, a mini starburst region where stars form at an astonishing pace. and traces of ancient supernova explosions echo through the cosmic landscape. In a few million years, these galaxies will merge, their fiery cosmic rendezvous culminating in a single stilled galaxy. This image, brought to life by the collaboration of Webb and Hubble, exposes galactic interactions and star formation in chilling detail, offering us a rare glimpse into the universe's dark mysteries.
I am definitely going to be sharing some of this on my YouTube channel. See if I can maybe even clip this. Oh, here's another interesting one: the insane engineering of the James Webb Telescope. Excuse me. Maybe I will share the screen again and we can watch this together. But welcome everybody. Oh, we have 4 votes. Are Freemasons or Masonic bodies too afraid to fail? 4 votes. All have said yes. If you could take a moment and jump in the chat and let me know why you think potentially they are too afraid to fail, and what you think maybe some of the solutions are to that. Actually, I can't clip this one, so I'm going to go back to this guy for a second while we're just hanging out. Okay. And we should, SMERP. I think they are afraid to fail in public because they are in top positions. They are supposedly brought from darkness to light. So if some fail, it could look very bad. So first, for SMERP, I'm not sure. If possible, though, if you'd be willing to hit the like button and subscribe button, if you haven't done so, I'd appreciate it. So it's interesting that you take that kind of approach or tangent or direction with the question. The fact that you say they makes me think that you yourself are potentially not a Freemason. I became a Freemason since I joined in 2007, so I've been a Freemason for I can't do math, but 14 years, from 2007 to 2024. So my experience has not been this idea of in top positions. I don't know any Masons in any quote unquote top positions in society, like civilly or anything like that. But I do think you bring up a really interesting point in your third comment there. So if some fail, it could look very bad. I think that that's a really interesting point that you're making, because I do think that one of the fears, and this is not just a Masonic fear by any means, I think this is just a fear that people have in general, is that you're afraid of failure, not because you're afraid of how you will feel, but you're afraid of how the failure will look to others, both in a negative and a positive sense. What I mean by that is it could be negative in that you just care about your reputation and you just care about what people think of you and you want people to like you and think that you never fail. Or, and I think this is equally possible, and I think that this is a positive thing, you want to try something, but you're afraid that if you fail, everybody else is also going to be therefore afraid to try it. They'll say, well, he tried this new thing, it failed, and so it looks bad, so now we're not going to try it as well. And if you care about something as an idea, if you care about something as you think it's important, you don't want to fail at trying it, because that might discourage others from attempting it because they might see it as a failure, as opposed to not scrapping the whole idea, right? Not saying, okay, right from the start, right from the get-go, this is bad, but rather saying it's a good idea. The implementation failed in these ways, so let's see how we can improve on that implementation, and maybe we'll build on it. Merp, mercy is limited. It's true. I think, well, if by mercy, what you're saying is mercy is limited in the sense of being merciful about our failures, I mean, I 1,000,000% agree with that. I think it's unfortunate. I think that, yeah, so I think that's, we have to be more merciful with people when they fail. I really do believe that is true, especially, and I don't want to get political or nothing, but I think that's even true of governments in a lot of ways. Like, we're so quick if a government tries something and it fails to just assume it was, malfeasance or malpractice, as opposed to you just tried your best and you failed. And that happens. And that happens in Freemasonry, that happens in our life, right? Just assume that, failure doesn't always mean that it was any type of moral culpability. Sometimes failure just means that you failed. But that doesn't mean that it wasn't worth trying. And that doesn't mean that, you can do everything right and still fail sometimes due to unforeseen circumstances, things happening outside of your control, right? That happens all the time. That's what Lex Friedman was talking about in that clip. So indeed, fellow man. Yes, I agree completely as well. So thank you. Welcome. If you don't mind me asking, I'm going to call you Mr. Merp for now. How'd you come across our stream? Was it in your YouTube feed? Did it just pop up? Were you searching for us? Are you subscribed? I always like to know that stuff because I find it helps me track down. It helps me know where to kind of focus my energies and focus my resources. Or like, if YouTube's sharing it with the algorithm and all that stuff, it helps to know quite a bit. So let me know in the chat. I guess algorithm. All right, awesome. Well, thank you to the YouTube algorithm for being supportive. I'm always happy when the algorithm shows some love. Are you interested in Freemasonry? The other thing is I do try on these podcasts to answer any questions people may have as much as I can. I'm not an expert by any means, but like I said, I joined in 2007, so I do try to answer questions when I can. But I'm happy the algorithm is recommending me. And also, we don't just have to talk about Freemasonry. That is kind of the purpose of this channel, but we talk about other stuff too. Most recently, we've been talking about scary movies and horror movies. A few in my family. Okay, cool. Yeah, the reason give me 1 second. I am a wise master builder, have laid the foundation of the chief cornerstone, a 33rd degree grandmaster. It's done. Call me Ishi Godfather 3 Vincent NWO. I have no idea what any of that stuff means. I mean, I know what a stonemason is. Obviously, Freemasonry kind of derived itself from stonemasons. Freemasonry, the speculative art, came from the medieval European guilds. But Vincent, if you want to answer the poll question, are Freemasons or Masons too afraid to fail? And also, please hit the like button and subscribe button. I would appreciate it. And also let me know how you discovered well, see, some of these things I recognize, some of these I don't. Well, so I don't know if you're talking to me. I promise you I cannot. In fact, no Mason can. Anybody who says they can, and that's something, though, I do like to always recommend and remind people. Look, if you're joining Freemasonry, for example, and you're just joining Freemasonry and you think that there will be some type of power or influence, or people can appoint things to regulatory positions, you're going to be very disappointed. You cannot. Those things usually don't. Wouldn't say usually. Those things don't happen, right? That's not the purpose of Freemasonry, is to appoint people to positions of power or to have people in positions of power, or anything to that extent. Or, you know, and I've got these messages as well from people saying, join Freemasonry and you'll receive riches, you'll receive job opportunities, you'll receive money. Anybody who's promising you any type of riches or money to be a Freemason is lying to you. We offer different things. What I always say, I just saw S. Merp's quote, "Aw man, LOL, I don't want to be a Freemason." Well, I'm very sorry that I could not promise you those things. The one thing I always say is Freemasonry gives you the opportunity to make the world a better place, because it gives you opportunity to pool your resources of your time and effort with other men, or in the case of the Order of Women Freemasons, other women, whatever it is, the youth groups, and then to use those resources to attempt to support men through different means, such as through charitable efforts, through benevolence, through visiting them when they're sick, through creating community spaces and buildings. And those buildings can become spaces of community for any number of events for the community, not even for Masons. I mean, being a Mason makes the world a better place, and it makes the individuals a better place. The referencing would help. Let's network then. I love that. So yeah, so the networking is a huge part of it. And that is something, you know, I'm trying to think of the right way to say this. I don't want to say this in an incorrect way. There can be, so this, I'm just speaking for myself also. There can be Masons who have a tendency to view, like, so if you're joining a Masonic lodge, and the reason you're joining the lodge is because you own a used car lot, and you think by joining you may be able to meet other Masons, you'll meet more people and you can network with them, and you know, they might come to you from you to buy cars. There are some Masons who have a very negative view of that. In my opinion, it's not the worst thing in the world, so long as you're still loyal, because that type of stuff is going to happen, right? Like if you're whatever, if you need to buy a car and you happen to have a personal relationship with a car salesman, I mean, you're more likely to think of him as a consequence of that relationship. So if you're both members of the same lodge, you're both Freemasons, whatever it is, right? So that type of referencing, it's going to happen, right? It can't help but take place. And so it's okay, but so long as you're not joining exclusively for that purpose, or so long as you're not joining because you think, that's just a natural consequence of knowing more people. The more people you know, the more likely your business is to succeed, whether you know those people through Freemasonry or any other way, right? So I think the idea of joining Freemasonry as a way to network, I don't have necessarily a problem with that, so long as you understand that networking is just a consequence of joining. It's not actually the purpose of joining, or it shouldn't be the purpose of joining. It should just be a happy and lucky coincidence, or a happy natural consequence of being a Freemason. But what I've always said is Freemasonry is not about, and it's not going to give you, you know, the chance to be rich. It's not going to give you the chance to be famous. It's not going to give you the chance to be any type of influence. What it does is it gives you the chance to make the world a better place. Though it can, and I'm not being hyperbolic here, it can actually increase your life. There was recent research done, and somebody posted it on a Facebook page I follow, the average Freemason lives 10 years longer than the average non-Freemason male. There's different reasons for that, and there is some weighting that has to go into that. So it's not quite 10 years in my opinion, but it doesn't shock me that being a Freemason would result in significant health improvements, because there's been all sorts of studies that show that loneliness is one of the major health risks for people. You can smoke and it's bad for you. You can drink and it's bad for you. You can eat crappy foods and that's bad for you, and you shouldn't do any of those things, but still none of those things are as bad from a health perspective as being lonely. Being lonely is the number one risk. So, and I've seen it time and time again. I've seen something like that. So Vincent Muller, I'm still not sure what you're talking about. I recognize some of those terms. I recognize the "in God we trust" and the money symbol. If you're trying to say that money has become too much a part of society, I mean, maybe. I'm not sure. I think it seems like people say that all the time, but I'm not sure if I necessarily buy that myself. I think it's a little bit more complicated than that. The interesting thing, though, I want to go back to what I was talking about before. Are Freemasons too afraid to fail, and what that means? So there's different ways you can take that, right? But I do think that one idea I had related to this is from, I think, the best sports movie in the history of the world, in the history of cinema. Friday Night Lights has to be the best. They had a really cool part. Sorry about that. They had a really cool part that I want to share, because I think that gets into this idea as well of don't be afraid to fail, what it means. Let me see if I can find it now. We're going to go to the Be Perfect Friday Night Lights speech, and then we're going to play it. And I'm going to show you something I wrote on a Medium about it, and then we're going to kind of go from there. So just give me 1 second. Just waiting for this. All right, hold on just 1 sec. Let's start sharing some screens. Oh, 5 votes. Awesome. Are Freemasons or Masonic bodies too afraid to fail? Yes. So we have 5 votes. 100% answer yes. Let me know in the chat, if you can, why you answered the way you did. I know everybody answered yes. So let me know why it is you answered that way, and what you think about the question. Also, anything else that you want to chat about, by all means, I hope we will do so. Dejar Sharma, good morning. A nice picture. Welcome to India. Thank you for joining us all the way from India. I'm not sure if you're the same individual who joined us before from India. I can't remember. Either way, I'm hoping you can hit the like button. If possible, hit the subscribe button as well if you haven't done so yet. And let me know if you answered the poll question and what you think of it. I'm just going to share our Friday Night Light screen. Just give me 1 second. I guess so. It is morning over there, huh? Yeah, the time change must be crazy. All right, here we go. I'm going to share. I got closed captioning on. I should just give me 1 second. Give it a second for it to come up. There it is. All right. And we're going to talk about this speech in relation to the question of, are Freemasons too afraid to fail?
Well, it's real simple. You got 2 more quarters and that's it. Now, most of you have been playing this game for 10 years. And you got 2 more quarters. And after that, most of you will never play this game again as long as you live. Now, you all have known me for a while. And for a long time now, you've been hearing me talk about being perfect. Well, I want you to understand something. To me, being perfect is not about that scoreboard out there. It's not about winning. It's about you and your relationship to yourself and your family and your friends. Being perfect is about being able to look your friends in the eye and know that you didn't let them down because you told them the truth. And that truth is that you did everything that you could. There wasn't one more thing that you could have done. Can you live in that moment as best you can with clear eyes and love in your heart, with joy in your heart? If you can do that, gentlemen, then you're perfect. I want you to take a moment and I want you to look each other.
So I think I want to go back. Let's see if I can find it. I want to just get the quote. See if I can find it. Just trying to find the quote. Give me 1 second. Here it is. So, we're talking here and asking the question, are Freemasons too afraid to fail? And in this speech, the coach is talking about being perfect, and he's saying, being perfect, it's not about winning. Another way to say that would be, it's not about winning or losing. It's not about succeeding or failing. Instead, it's about being able to say that you tried your best, that you tried as hard as you could to be as successful as you could, or to not fail, to not let your friends down. I think that, to me, is what I mean. I mean, we should, as Freemasons, be afraid of not trying our best. We should be afraid of being lazy. We should be afraid of letting people down by not trying our best or by half-assing. But what we shouldn't do is we shouldn't be afraid of failing, because so long as we can, like the quote here, see if I can find it. If I can find it once more, just give me a second. You're going to try to share this with you guys again, because I just want to get the quote right, because I like it so much.
Being perfect is about being able to look your friends in the eye.
Sorry. Welcome.
It's about you
Please hit the like
and your
and
relationship
subscribe
to
button.
yourself and your family and your...
Here it is. It's about you and your relationship to yourself, your family, and your friends. So that's what matters. Not about with failing or succeeding. It's with the relationship you have, and especially, I think, the relationship that you have with yourself and with your lodge and your brothers. See, I talked about it in a YouTube article, which I wanted to, or Medium article, Medium story. Oh, Ross, once more into the breach, dear friends. There you go. We're going with, oh my gosh, I can't think of it now. Henry VIII. It's Shakespeare, I know. I used to know actually that quote, but I can't think of it now. Just seeing if I can find, but Ross, welcome. If you could hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Let me know if you answered the poll question, how you did. Which is, are Freemasons too afraid to fail? Nelson Santana, clean the swamp. I feel the UN will have to step in. I don't know what any of that stuff means. I don't think there's nearly as many swamps, though, as people think. Here we go. I'm going to share this tab instead. But Santana, if you could hit the like button and hit the subscribe button, I would much appreciate it. Because because the more likes and subscribe, the more people who like and subscribe, the better it is for the channel. Well, I mean, I guess I assume that that's a Masonic, or not a Masonic, that's a political statement. I mean, right, we're here to talk about Freemasonry, and the poll question: are Freemasons or Masonic bodies too afraid to fail? That's not to say we don't talk about a lot of other things as well, but it's all stuff I enjoy talking about. I definitely don't want to get involved in any political discussions. I like this idea of, are Freemasons or Masonic bodies too afraid to fail? And I think, again, this idea from Friday Night Lights, in terms of what does it mean to be perfect, encapsulates this idea really well. So I'm just going to kind of go through this quickly. One of my favorite sports movies, maybe my favorite sports movie, is Friday Night Lights. One reason I love it, aside from the amazing performance in the story, is the perfect speech delivered by Billy Bob Thornton. For a long time now, you've been hearing me talk about being perfect. Well, I want you to understand something. Being perfect is not about the scoreboard out there. It's not about winning. It's about you and your relationship to yourself and your family and your friends. Being perfect is about being able to look your friends in the eye and know that you didn't let them down because you told them the truth. And that truth is, you did everything that you could. There wasn't one more thing that you could have done. For me, that speech encapsulates the idea of Masonic perfection. Masonic perfection isn't about delivering perfect ritual. It isn't about getting it right every time, or even most of the time. You could add to this, it isn't about never failing. Masonic perfection isn't about a Masonic career without mistakes or without failures. Masonic perfection is about a Mason's relationship with his self, his brothers, and his lodge. It's about the ability for Mason to look his brothers in the eye and know he didn't let them down, that he gave as much as he could to make his lodge a success, that he gave as much as he could to make Freemasonry a success, that there wasn't one more thing he could have done for the lodge in particular, or Freemasonry in general. If a Mason can do that with clear eyes and love in his heart, with joy in his heart, he's perfect. 2023 was hard. 2024 will be harder. Believe me, that's the case. This is true for both Freemasonry and the world. I don't know if anybody else is experiencing that. SMERP. I don't know if you have experienced that, but to me, 2024 was challenging for a lot of different reasons. It's interesting that you say MERP, still some self-righteousness aspect to it. I don't know if you're talking about me. You might be, in which case you're not the first to accuse me of being self-righteous, and I'm sure you won't be the last. There's no such thing as perfect. I believe we all strive to achieve as close as we can to perfect. Oh, so see, so Ross, I slightly disagree with that, in the sense of, no, I'm trying to say, so if perfect is the idea of never failing, then you're absolutely right. There is no such thing as perfect. And because we're always going to fail at something sooner or later and be imperfect. But if perfect is, again, going back to this idea, which I love, of giving as much of yourself as you can to make your lodge a success, giving as much as you can of yourself to make Freemasonry a success, knowing that whether you succeed or fail, there isn't one more thing that you could have done for your lodge in particular, or Freemasonry in general, knowing that you did all you could, then whether you fail or don't fail, whether you fail or succeed, doesn't matter. You were perfect in that case, is kind of how I view it. So I do think, as we say here, Freemasonry is not enough to overcome these challenges, but perfect Freemasonry is. We just need to be better than we were yesterday. That's the perfect way to live in my, I think that's a good way to look at it as well. Yeah. That's something I try to do. I usually fail at it as well, but I try to be better than it was yesterday. SMERP, we are supposed to uplift all fallen humanity, love, truth, peace, freedom, justice under the 7. I'm not sure what under the 7 means. I know that, Masons place a great deal of emphasis or concern onto some of those ideas of certainly of justice and of truth. 7, I see, I don't know what 7 heavens are. So Freemasonry, one thing we place emphasis on is the liberal arts and sciences, and the 7 liberal arts and sciences, which come from history. But I've never heard of the 7 heavens before. Though it's interesting, though, that there would be, I mean, I know the TV show. It's interesting that there would be like a 7 heavens and a 7 liberal arts and sciences. I think that's kind of fascinating and really, really cool. It's interesting also to me that we've got 6 votes on the poll question, are Freemasons or Masonic bodies too afraid to fail? And all of them have said yes, which I think is really, really cool and really fascinating. Mysticism dead. I'm not sure. Like I said, I can look it up. I'm kind of curious now. I'm going to Google this. I do have to share some stuff as well in a second. But before that, I do want to take a moment to go to Google and see what I can find under 7 heavens. See, I've got 7 heavenly virtues, 7 heavens Bible verse. I'm going to share this tab. It's the closest thing I've got to it. Sorry if it's not great. By the way, anybody who's joining us, if you could please hit the like button and the subscribe button, I'd very much appreciate it. Thank you to everybody who's joined us so far. We've had about 39 people joining us, so it's been awesome. So yeah, and thank you to the YouTube algorithm for helping out as well. 7 concentric spheres that surround the earth. The lowest layer is the furthest from God. The highest layer is the closest to God. The 7 heavens are heavenly guided by angels of different ranks. The term 7th heaven has been used figuratively since the 1800s. The second book of Enoch describes the ascent of Enoch, Noah's ancestor, through 10 heavens. Interesting. I do find it fascinating that 7, well, maybe because it's a prime number. 7 is such an important number. You have, 7 deadly sins, 7 liberal arts and sciences. Actually, I'm curious. I feel like the number 7 keeps popping up a lot. I'm going to check something out. The number 7, I'm just going to say that. We're going to go back to our friends on Wikipedia for a second. Let's share this screen. Seven is the natural number following 6 and preceding 8 is the only prime number preceding a cube. That's super interesting. Let's see, I want to find its actual like connections to mysticism and mythology and stuff. All right, 7 continents, 7 climes, the neutral pH balance, number of notes on the diatonic scale in Western music, number of spots most commonly found on ladybugs, I had no idea, atomic number for nitrogen, number of diametric molecules, 7 basic crystal systems, 7 basic colors of the rainbow in psychology. Seven plus or minus 2 is a model working memory. 7 psychological types. In Western culture, 7 is consistently listed as people's favorite number. When guessing numbers 1 to 10, the number 7 is the most likely to be picked. 7-year itch, a term that suggests, I never thought of that. I didn't realize how often 7 comes up in all sorts of different things. This is kind of cool. The Pythagoreans, which is actually important in Masonry as well, invested particular numbers with unique spiritual properties. The number 7 was considered to be particularly interesting because it consisted of the union of the physical number 4 with the spiritual number 3. In Pythagorean numerology, the number 7 means spirituality. 7 classical planets, 7 wonders of the ancient world, 7 metals of antiquity, 7 days in the week, 7 seas, 7 sages, 7 champions of fought Thebes, 7 hills of Rome, 7 sisters. Well, so I guess the fact that 7 is such an important number in Freemasonry is not a surprise at all. Based, the 8 is the home of angels, and the 9, the feet of the Creator. Some would consider those realms of additional heavens. 10 is infinite. I'm not sure what 10 is infinite means. And the metric system and a way of counting, things go by tens, 10, 100, 1,000. By the way, if you're just joining us, please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. I need to run for just 1 second because I got to grab something, but I'll be back soon in less than 1 second. So nobody go anywhere because I got to talk about some stuff. I just got to get my visual aid for a second. My cat's running around here like a crazy cat, as they often do. All right, I'm back. See, I don't know if you can see my cat back there, but she's around. All right. I did want to give a quick shout out to a few people, a few groups or businesses who recently subscribed to the channel. I said I want to help them out, and I do. I did want to give a shout out first to Corporal for Life, Coffee for Life. It's a veteran-owned and operated company. You can find more about them at propatriotcoffee.ca, as well as www.c4l.ca, corporalforlife.ca. Once again, www.c4l.ca. They do actually. I saw them at the mall. The one of the gentlemen who worked there. He also he's in a metal band. We're going to see if we can get them to perform at the Masonic Temple. I'm going to give his information to Martin because he wanted to maybe work there. They have a lot of cool stuff, Corporal for Life. But one thing they have is Coffee for Life. I picked it up there. People who know me probably know one of my favorite things in the world is coffee. Maybe my favorite thing in the world, actually. I like coffee more than I like people. And so I was very happy to pick up some coffee from them. Also, 10% of all of their profits, of all their sales, I should say, from Corporal for Life goes to support veterans' causes, and they subscribe. So thank you so much to them for that. I also want to give a shout out. They're open 7 days a week. You can get appointments with them. Let me just actually pull them up here. La Vida Salon and Spa, 519-997-4517. They are open Mondays through Saturdays, but you can get appointments with them. Like I said, they are on Olette Avenue, 519-997-4517. Thank you so much to La Vida Salon and Spa. We've had a lot of support from a lot of different locations. 5-Star Salon, So thank you to everybody who supported us and subscribed to the channel. If you get the chance, once again, go to www.c4l.ca or check out La Vida Salon and Spa. And with that, we've got so far 6 votes in. It's again, are Freemasons or Masonic parties too afraid to fail? I think it's fascinating that all 6 people have said yes. I think that says something. S. Merp, nice convo. Thank you so much. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I hope if you're enjoying it, you'll hit the subscribe button. I also hope you'll check out some of our other things. If you enjoyed this convo, you may enjoy us on Medium. Let me, what I'm going to do is I'm going to share the link to the article that I've been reading. There you go. You can check out that link, and you can follow us on Medium as well as on YouTube. We're also on Podbean as well, if you want to check us out there. There's lots of ways to find the Square and Compass podcast. Ross, let me know if there's some of the stuff that you particularly like about Corporal 4 Life, C4L gear. If there's anything you've got in particular that you enjoy or that you like. Do you like their coffee as much as I do? What else of their stuff do you like? Let's give it a bit of time. I'm happy to talk about some other things as well, though. The best thing about this live stream is we don't just chat about Freemasonry, we chat about all sorts of other stuff as well. But Freemasonry is my favorite thing to chat about. I think even this question of the military, you know, I'm going to go back and actually I'm going to play the Lex Friedman clip again. That kind of got me thinking in this way. Or maybe ask this question. You can let me know what you think of this in the chat. Just give me one sec. I'm going to share the screen. All right, it usually takes a second for it to pop up. So let's give it a sec. And once it pops up on your screen, I'll hit the play button and we'll listen to Lex Friedman and his guest talk about the optimal rate of, which I know is kind of a funny thing to say. I have teas and a beer cozy that looks like the military mod vest, all great. I used to have some bumper stickers on my other car. There you go. So yeah, you've had a whole round of things. I just got the coffee so far, but the cozy did look kind of good. All right, let's see. Let me know if you guys can hear this. If you can't, if you can read the closed captions, let me know what you think.
To take a tangent on that, since it reminded me of a blog post you wrote on optimal rate of failure.
Oh, yeah.
Can you explain the key idea there? How do we compute the optimal rate of failure in the various domains of life?
Yeah, I mean, it's a hard one because it's like, what is the cost of failure is a big part of it. Yeah, so the idea here is, I think in a lot of domains, people are very punitive about failure. And I'm like, there are some domains where, especially cases, you know, I've thought about this with like social issues. I'm like, it feels like you should probably be experimenting a lot because I'm like, we don't know how to solve a lot of where, especially cases, you know, I've thought about this with like social issues. I'm like, it feels like you should probably be experimenting a lot because I'm like, we don't know how to solve a lot of social issues. But if you have an experimental mindset about these things, you should expect a lot of social programs to like fail and for you to be like, well, we tried that, it didn't quite work, but we got a lot of information that was really useful. And yet people are like, if a social program doesn't work, I feel like there's a lot of like, this is just something must have gone wrong. And I'm like, or correct decisions were made. Like maybe someone just decided like it's worth a try. It's worth trying this out. And so seeing failure in a given instance doesn't actually mean that any bad decisions were made. And in fact, if you don't see enough failure, sometimes that's more concerning. And so like in life, you know, I'm like, if I don't fail occasionally, I'm like, am I trying hard enough? Like surely there's harder things that I could try or bigger things that I could take on if I'm literally never failing. And so in and of itself, I think like not failing is often actually kind of a failure. Now this varies because I'm like, well, if this is easy to say when, especially as failure is like less costly, so at the same time, I'm not going to go to someone who is like, I don't know, like living month to month and then be like, why don't you just try to do a startup? Like, I'm not going to say that to that person because I'm like, well, that's a huge risk. You might like lose, you maybe have a family depending on you. You might lose your house. Like, then I'm like, actually, your optimal rate of failure is quite low and you should probably play it safe. Because like right now, you're just not in a circumstance where you can afford to just like fail and it not be costly. And yeah, in cases with AI, I guess I think similarly where I'm like, if the failures are small and the costs are kind of like low, then I'm like, then you're just going to see that. Like when you do the system prompt, you can't iterate on it forever, but the failures are probably hopefully going to be kind of small and you can like fix them. Really big failures, like things that you can't recover from, I'm like, those are the things that actually I think we tend to underestimate the badness of. I've thought about this strangely in my own life where I'm like, I just think I don't think enough about things like car accidents or like I've thought this before about like how much I depend on my hands for my work. And I'm like, things that just injure my hands. I'm like, I don't know. It's like there's lots of areas where I'm like the cost of failure there is really high. And in that case, it should be like close to zero. Like I probably just wouldn't do a sport if they were like, by the way, lots of people just like break their fingers a whole bunch doing this. I'd be like, that's not for me.
Yeah. I actually had a flood of that thought. I recently broke my pinky doing a sport. And I remember just looking at it thinking, you're such an idiot. Why do you do sport? Like what? Because you realize immediately the cost of it
Yeah.
on life. Yeah, but it's nice in terms of optimal rate of failure to consider like the next year, how many times in a particular domain, life, whatever, career, am I okay with it? How many times am I okay to fail?
Yep.
Because I think you don't want to fail on the next thing, but if you allow yourself if you look at it as a sequence of trials,
Yep.
then failure just becomes much more okay. But it sucks. It sucks to fail.
Well, I don't know. Sometimes I think it's like, am I under failing is like a
It does
question
suck
that I'll
to
also
fail.
ask
I'll
myself.
give them that.
So maybe that's the thing that I think people don't like ask enough. Because if the optimal rate of failure is often greater than zero, then sometimes it does feel like you should look at parts of your life and be like, are there places here where I'm just under failing?
It's a profound and a hilarious question, right? Everything seems to be going really great. Am I not failing enough?
Yeah.
Okay.
It also makes failure much less of a sting, I have to say. Like, you're just like, okay, great. Like then when I go and I think about this, I'll be like, maybe I'm not under failing in this area because like that one just didn't work out.
And from the observer perspective, we should be celebrating failure more.
Mm-hmm.
When we see it, it shouldn't be, like you said, a sign of something gone wrong, but maybe it's a sign of everything gone right.
Yeah.
And just lessons learned.
Someone tried a thing.
Somebody tried a thing, and we should encourage them to try more and fail more.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody listening to this, fail more.
Well, not everyone listens.
Not everybody.
The people who are failing too much, you should fail less.
But you're probably not failing. I mean,
Yeah.
how many people are failing too much?
Yeah. It's hard to imagine because I feel like we correct that fairly quickly. Because I was like, if someone takes a lot of risks, are they maybe failing too much?
I think just like you said, when you're living on a paycheck month to month, like when the resources are really constrained, then that's where failure is very expensive. That's where you don't want to be taking risks.
Yep.
But mostly when there's enough resources, you should be taking probably more risks.
Yeah, I think we tend to err on the side of being a bit risk averse rather than risk neutral on most things.
I think we just motivated a lot of people to do a lot of crazy shit. But it's great.
Yeah.
There you go. I like that idea of distinguishing between being risk averse and risk neutral, right? I think risk averse is probably bad. I think risk neutral is probably pretty good. So I think that is kind of where I might reconsider that in Freemasonry and not being so risk averse all the time. 6 votes. Are Freemasons or Masonic bodies too afraid to fail? All 6 have said yes, so 100%. I think that's really interesting. I'm wondering if on X they have the same things happening. Let me see. Just out of curiosity with my poll, because I did a poll on X as well. So let's, Let me see what we got. Um, So the question I put on X, do you think Freemasons and Masonic lodges are too afraid to fail, thereby not taking enough risks? Yes, no, unsure. So far, 0 votes at all. So I guess we don't know yet what people think of it. I also put the post on Patreon, and I put the post on YouTube. By the way, if you guys are looking for ways to support me and support this channel, one way you can do it is through Patreon. I'll put it in the chat how to do that. And I can tell you, I have taken in Freemasonry and in my life a lot of risks, and I've failed a lot, but I like to think I've also succeeded a lot. So I think sometimes even those failures come from those successes. So again, let me know in the chat what you think. If you want to hit the like and subscribe button, all that stuff would be very helpful. We'll give it a bit of time. We'll see who else shows up and wants to jump in the chat and answer the question. Do you think Freemasonry is too afraid, or Masonic lodges are too afraid to fail? And if you do, why do you think that might be the case? Okay, so we got blue sky here. And let me know if you do follow us on our social media, because I do believe I'm going to be jumping on to Blue Sky Social. Here's a question too. How would you define failure? I think that's a very valid point as well. If you set out to do something and you don't actually do it, but you learn something in the process, or learn how to maybe do better in the future, or you learn from your mistakes and are able to adjust course, do you think that's still a failure? Yeah, what do you think in terms of, like, how would you define failure in really in any context, but in this Masonic context in particular? What do you think makes it a failure? I'm just working right now on signing up for Blue Sky. So we'll see how this goes. I don't know very much about it at all. Let's see if potentially maybe it can help Freemasonry reach some more people. Not that, I've enjoyed using X or Twitter as well. I never really used it a ton, but that's another example potentially of even Freemasonry and facing challenges or failures, or being not being risk averse, is Freemasonry's kind of venture into the social media sphere. I know that early on there was a lot of fear amongst some people in social media regarding potentially joining, or there's a lot of fear amongst Freemasons about joining social media and what that might mean. So it's interesting. Just here trying to figure out how to make this work on social media. Speaking of, all right, seems to be working. Let's see how this goes and see if potentially this helps us find more users potentially. But as I was saying, let us know, answer the poll question. Are Freemasons or Masonic bodies or lodges in general too afraid to fail? And is that creating us being risk averse as opposed to being risk neutral? Which I like that idea as a difference, risk averse versus risk neutral. I think risk aversion is bad, but I think being risk neutral is good, because if you're too risk averse, you're never going to grow or adapt or change. And I think you have to kind of be willing to take those risks and not be afraid to fail. But let me know what you think in the chat. Just wait for some people to jump in the chat. We'll keep talking. 6 votes, which I think is incredible to see, and all 6 saying yes, Freemasons are too afraid to fail. All right, well, let me just share this for just 1 second, because it looks like I am jumping on to Blue Sky. All right, let's share the screen. I'm still on Twitter as well, but Square Compass promo at bsky.social. If you want to follow me, you could follow me on here, and it'd be much appreciated. I'm going to give out my first we look forward to having people that'll join us on here as well. And if you don't want to join us here, just keep following us on Twitter, Facebook, all those other sites, most importantly. And like and subscribe, etc., all the stuff you're supposed to say. And let me know what you guys want to chat about. We still have time. All right. I'm not sure. I'm curious how many Masonic things are on Blue Sky right now. If anybody out there is on Blue Sky and watching this and is a Mason as well, let me know if how you found it so far. And now I gotta just wait to receive an email. And everybody's watching this, welcome. I hope that you'll hit the like button and subscribe button. Jump in the chat. Let us know how you're doing. If you want to talk about this question I posted, are Freemasons too afraid to fail? And if they're not, which is very possible as well, let me know why you think they're not too afraid to fail. Or maybe they should be more afraid to fail. So far, though, we've had, it's interesting because we've had 6 votes and all 6 have been on the yes side. So I think that's interesting that 100% has so far been saying yes. Oops, didn't want to do that. Let's try this. Okay. I'm not sure if you can hashtag on here. Let's see. Oh, you can. All right, I'm going to post. And I got 2 followers apparently, so that's kind of fun. I just started this. And welcome if you're just joining us. I hope you hit the like and subscribe button. And like I said, we're asking the question, do you believe in, or sorry, do you believe that Freemasons or Masonic bodies in general are too risk averse, too afraid to fail? And if you do believe that they are, let us know why. And what you think the solutions to those things might be. It looks actually, by the way, like a lot of people are joining Blue Sky from Freemasonry. So that's really interesting, or Blue Sky who are Freemasons. So that's very interesting. I'm wondering how we're going to see it in terms of to what extent it'll be. Will it be as popular as will it be as popular as Twitter and X and other social media sites? I guess time will tell, but you can follow me there as well. Rayan Christar, what do you know of Polaris? Not a lot. I'm going to need a little bit more details. First, Ryan, if you could, I don't know if you can or not, but if you're interested in hitting the like button and the subscribe button, I would really appreciate it. Also, if you can let me know how it is you found us. Was it in the algorithm? Were you searching for us? Do you follow us on social media? Knowing that stuff really helps me, but I don't know what, actually, honestly, I know there's a movie called Polaris. There's a star, I believe, called Polaris. I know about polarity. Let me just see. The algorithm. No, I don't know anything about Polaris, the algorithm. It is a star. I was right. It is a star in the northern. So it's a star in Ursa Minor, I think. Oh, it's the North Star. Okay, it's a North Star. There we go. It was driving me crazy. Yeah, it's the North Star. So I don't know anything really about it beyond that, beyond the idea that it is the North Star, and it's used obviously for navigation and has kind of mystical or a lot of mythological significance. But if you know more and you want to share it, by all means do so. I'd love to learn more about it. Because the more that I get to know about it, the better. My dear friend, I'm not sure about that. I think relationships are pretty good. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not sure if there is a dangerous situation. I know there's a dangerous situation, in the Middle East. There almost always is, but I can't say much about the relationships between that and Canada. But yeah, Ryan, Christar, if you can let me know what you know about the North Star Polaris. We can share something on Wikipedia about it while we're waiting. And more people, by the way, answer the poll question. Are Freemasons too afraid to fail? Let's share this screen for just 1 second. And welcome everybody joining us. Please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Oh, so that's interesting. We officially have our first to the poll question. So we've got 7 votes. I'm just sharing the screen right now with Polaris because of Ryan, but 7 votes. Are Freemasons or Masonic bodies too afraid to fail? We've had 6 have said yes, 1 has said no. So that's super interesting. To the person who said no, can you let me know maybe why you said no? Why you think Freemasons are not too afraid to fail? And kind of how you read the question. I would be great to know kind of where you're coming from on that, because yeah, I'd really appreciate knowing. In the meantime, I do want to mention as well that we've had a lot of other exciting things happening. We have at the Masonic Temple a new artist displaying their work in the building. I think a lot of Masonic temples, this is an example of like an interesting risk that you can take, but that actually could have a lot of benefits, which is using your offering, any empty wall space that you have, offering that to artists to display their work, like local artists, right? That helps you with the community, as well as community artists, shows that you support the community as a whole. So I think that could be a valuable thing. And, again, if you fail in the sense that artists aren't interested, then so be it. But at least you tried. And trying matters. So we have Polaris up while we wait for more people to answer the poll question and chat about, do we think Freemasons are too afraid to fail? And everybody who's joined us so far, thank you. Let me know how you found us, if it's the algorithm, and also what you want to chat about. And while I've been doing this, we have also, so let me share this on the chat. We just joined Blue Sky. Here's the link. I hope that you guys will check us out on Blue Sky, as well as all of our other locations. Let's give it a bit of time, see who else shows up. It's only 4:41. We've had a great turnout, a lot of really enjoyable conversations. So yeah. And anybody who wants to jump in and answer the poll question, as well as anything else you want to talk about, now is your chance. It's been great seeing actually the results I've got on social media from some of the people who've been liking my most recent post about our new artist at the Windsor Masonic Temple. So thank you so much for that. Do you think that there is an optimal rate of failure? That's an interesting question. And if there is, what do you think it might be? Great to see the number of people liking this post as well. Just talking about my let's see if we can invite some people if they want to potentially join. Welcome to the chat. You can answer the poll question. Are Freemasons too afraid to fail? We had somebody talking to us and asking us about the North Star. I know very little about it, so I figured I'd post this up on the screen, the Wikipedia page for Polaris. But let me know what if there's anything you want to chat about as well. Doesn't just have to be about Freemasonry. I may do another live stream tomorrow. Let me know what you think about that and if you'd want to join. And you're welcome to do so. It'd be great to have you. But tomorrow I do have a ton of Masonic work I have to catch up on. I actually have to get finished. So I'm not sure if I'll be able to live stream tomorrow. Let's see. I think what I'm going to do for a second is I'm going to share my screen again. Go back to the top. Let's see if I can find it now. Here it is. Let me share this tab instead. Let's see. I'll take a second. This is, if you guys can see, this is Mary Porter with some of her paintings and artwork. She is with, I should pull up the actual link. She is from Porter Photography. Her information is here. This is another one of her pictures here. You can see at the Windsor Masonic Temple. So she's done, this was actually, she took this, I understand, in Africa. So that's all to see. And I think it's wonderful to have the Windsor Masonic Temple displaying and showcasing artists' artwork. In terms of the idea of are Freemasons too afraid to fail, it's interesting. 7 votes, 6 yes, 1 no. Very curious to the one person who said no, what the reason for that vote was and maybe where that came from. It's been great to see about 71 people joining us so far. 2 hours in. We've had some great turnout. Let's give it a bit more time, see who else joins us. I'll keep maybe doing some stuff on Blue Sky. I'm still getting used to that app. So we'll see how it goes, and I'll let you guys know how it goes as well. But yeah, the person who voted no, like I said, I'd really love to learn more about why you voted no. And we'll just wait for a bit, see who else jumps in the chat. Let's go. Oh, Nicholas, hello. How's it going, sir? Good to see you. How's it been going? You can answer the poll question, because you know a little bit about Freemasonry. You've been certainly around the Masonic Temple a lot. Do you think Freemasons are too afraid to fail? Actually, if you want, you can take that and apply it to your life as well. Do you think, when it comes to paranormal investigations, you could become too afraid to fail, or you become so afraid of what might happen that you decide you don't want to? You decide, you're not going to proceed. When you say yes, do you mean yes for Freemasonry, or yes to Freemasonry, yes to paranormal investigations, or yes to both? When it comes to the idea of being too afraid. Too afraid to fail. Actually, we just had 9 votes. That's interesting. It looks like we're still, though, about the same. So 8 votes, yes, Freemasons and Masonic bodies are too afraid to fail, and 1 vote, no. So that's interesting. Still, the vast majority is saying yes, but I really am curious what the one person who said no was for. If you're just joining us, please also hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. That stuff helps out big time. But liking, subscribing, and chatting with us on this poll question will be very, very helpful. And even if you want to share this, I'd love it if you did that as well. The more people who share this stream, the better it is. So, Nicholas, what is the horror movie that you plan to watch next? Nicholas, what is the horror movie you plan to watch next? Because you always have really good advice in terms of scary movies to watch. So, okay, what Christmas movie are you watching right now? Christmas with the Cranks. I've never seen Christmas with the Cranks. That was with Tim Allen, right? Which reminds me, on November 25th, I will be doing a live stream from my personal account. I'm going to be at the Superstore on Dougal Avenue here in Windsor doing the Salvation Army Christmas kettles. I do that every year. It's the Salvation Army Christmas kettles is one of my holiday traditions that I kind of can't live without. If I don't do it, I feel bad. So I'm going to be doing that. And just for a few minutes, I'm going to be live streaming myself while I'm there, just to remind people to come out and join us if they can. I'd love to see them. And then on December 1st at midnight, I'm going to do a Christmas movie live stream where I'm going to be watching Christmas movies and live streaming that. I'm going to start it December 1st at midnight because I thought it would be extra fun to do it, just like I did a Halloween one. I think I'm going to start with on the 12th date of Christmas because I love that movie and I love the fact that it mentions Chicago so heavily. And then I'm going to probably do Jingle Bell Bride, I think. It's going to be all the Hallmark Christmas movies, which are the best kind of Christmas movies, in my opinion. So Hallmark Christmas movies are incredible. It's funny, yes, and Jamie Lee Curtis. Okay, Jamie Lee Curtis, by the way, having quite the career renaissance lately with being in both The Bear as well as in the Halloween reboots. I feel like I sound like I was from Wisconsin there. Reboots. Or at least that was my thick Ontario accent. Welcome. If you're just joining us, please hit the like button and the subscribe button and let us know, are Freemasons too afraid to fail? And if anyone wants to talk also about how you deal with that fear of failure, Nicholas, if you want to maybe mention from a paranormal investigation perspective, how you deal with kind of being afraid to fail or just fear in general when it comes to paranormal investigations and how you get over it. And as Masons as well, if you have experienced times in life when you've felt fear and overcame it, let me know, how did you do that? Jump it, throw it down in the chat. And we're at 9 votes. Maybe we can get one more vote. Are Freemasons or Masonic lodges too afraid to fail? Failing is hard, but you must let it go and move on. Yeah, I think there's probably a fair bit of truth to that. And, I think a lot of times people, when they fail, it's more like they get worried about it for themselves. Like, not for themselves, but they worry about how other people will view it, as opposed to, if you did your best and you tried your best, then that should be all that matters. You don't need to worry about anything else. But did you try your best? So in that case, like we talked about this before, this idea of like being perfect, which I think is fascinating. In my opinion, it is. A lot of people say it's not possible to be perfect, and I disagree with that. I think it actually is possible to be perfect. But what I mean by that is perfect in the sense that you hear when it comes to like, um, if by perfect you mean not making mistakes and always winning, then it's impossible to be perfect. But if perfect means the Friday Night Lights quote of being willing to give as much as you can and work as hard as you can. You know, if you're part of a team, then being perfect on the team means you can look at your fellow teammates and tell them, I worked as hard as I could and I did as much as I could and I tried my best. And then win or lose, that makes you perfect. And if you're part of a Masonic lodge, if you can look at your brothers and say, I gave as much of myself as I could, and I gave as much of my time and energy as I could to make this lodge a success, then that makes you a success, or that makes you perfect, whether you win or lose. And I think you just have to be willing to give all of your, not just as much of yourself. You need to at sometimes be willing to give all of yourself. And if you can do that, then I think that you will find success. Park of Lights. Yeah, the bright lights. I definitely plan to go there. It's one of my Christmas traditions that I love. I like to usually, maybe I'll even live stream from there. I always, kind of live stream from it, or at least I post videos from it. I posted some last year. We made it to 10 votes. Sweet. I was hoping we would. Interesting. So are Freemasons or Masonic bodies too afraid to fail? We're still at 1 no and 9 yeses. So that's super interesting. 90% yes, 10% no. So 9-1. Let me know if you voted, why you voted the way that you did. Let me know, Nicholas, if you're going to go to the bright lights at Jackson Park, and I'll head there too. Well, maybe we'll go there together. And welcome. If you're just joining us, I hope that you will hit the like button and the subscribe button and answer a poll question. Do you think Freemasonry, all that stuff, do you think that we are too afraid to fail? And if we are, do you think there's any solutions potentially to that? Nicholas Ramita, what are you doing tomorrow? I have got a ton of work to do tomorrow. I have to send out all of my, I have to get all my summonses ready and so much. I just got a poop ton of work to do tomorrow. But I'm hoping to do it. So I'm going to be really busy this weekend because it's busy, Masonic busy season. But I was thinking maybe seeing Nicholas, if you want to do a live stream again in a couple weeks, or maybe even next week. I should have some free time, 27th, 28th, thereabouts. Not next week, I'm not. I'm not going to go either. Are you a Mason? Yes, Rando. So Nicholas is not. Nicholas Romita is not. I am a Mason. I became a Mason in 2007. So I've been a Mason for 14 years now? I can't do math. I'm a member of 3 lodges, but I'm currently the Worshipful Master of Border Cities Lodge number 554, which meets at the beautiful Windsor Masonic Temple. Rando, if you would be so kind, I'm hoping you can if you haven't done so yet, please hit the like button and hit the subscribe button. The more people who like and subscribe, the more people will find this podcast, live stream. And also, if you didn't yet answer the poll question, are Freemasons or Masonic bodies too afraid to fail? And let me know what you think of that poll question. Let me know what you think about the idea of failing. And also, like I said, like and subscribe. I'm almost at 1,810 subscribers. I'm one away. So I'd appreciate this subscription. Courtney, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Good to see you here. Looks like the heart emoji and coffee emoji. As you know me, I love coffee and I love hearts. Or I heart coffee as well. So, but yeah, Randall, let me know if you're a Mason yourself. And even if you're not a Mason, if you want to answer the poll question, you can answer it based on your own personal Masonic knowledge. So based on what you've seen, either on popular culture or if you know Masons, do you think that Masons or Masonic bodies are too afraid to fail? And what do you think about, in general, being too afraid to fail in life? What do you think about being risk averse versus being risk neutral? I kind of think Masons are the fall guys of SS. I don't know what that means. If you're talking about Germany, World War II, I mean, Freemasons were actually, some people, oh, secret society. Okay, that makes more sense. I was like SS. I couldn't figure it out at all. All right, secret societies. I'm not sure. Sorry, Ren. Like, if you mean if you mean fall guys in the sense of like everybody like focuses on Freemasonry and talks about Freemasonry and ignores other secret societies, I think there is some truth to that because truthfully, I've said it a million times. And it's cliched, but it's true. I mean, we're not a secret society. Our lodges are adorned with our name and with our symbols. And like, if you want to find the Masons in Windsor, you can find our building super easy. We are private, but I think that privacy is important in some ways. And when I say private, I mean our ritual is private. We are not private. Our buildings aren't private, but our ritual is private as a way to share and strengthen bonds. It's just because they get blamed for everything. I don't disagree. I do think that that is a problem. I think it's unfortunate sometimes when when conspiracy theorists and conspiracy theories kind of pick on Freemasons. It bothers me because I love Freemasonry so much, but I also kind of understand that there's nothing you can really do about it. It is part of life. All you can do is try to be the best you can be and kind of hope things work out. I hope if you haven't done so yet, Rando, I'm hoping you can hit the like and subscribe button and answer the poll question. Are Freemasons or Masonic bodies too afraid to fail? The more likes and subscriptions and poll answers we get, the better it is for the algorithm. Also, let me know how you found us, Rando. Did we just pop up on your feed? Yep, like that phone call you got, exactly. Like the phone call we got of the crazy lady who did not like Freemasons, that's for sure. And also, if you do follow us and or subscribe to us, I should say, and you're interested in maybe getting a shout out, just leave a comment in a video. Let me know who you are and if you have a business, anything like that, and I'll check it out and I may be able to give you a shout out on the live stream. I've done that today a couple times and it went really well. So, I've shouted out Canadian Paranormal Trackers a few times, speaking of Nicholas, who's here with us. So I'm always happy to try to shout out different people when I can, as a thank you for the support. Not too close to the mic. Is it kind of blowing out the audio? I've never been the best at this microphone stuff. So maybe what I'll do is I'll stick a little bit away from it for now. I can't answer the poll because you just popped up, or I don't understand it. You just popped up randomly, LOL. Well, I'm happy I just popped up randomly, honestly. That's a good sign, I think. I think that means that the algorithm is at least sending my stuff somewhere. In terms of the poll question, you know, and you know, you can think about this in your own life too. It's to what extent are Freemasons, for example, and you can just base this maybe even on what you may have seen or just the very little you know about Freemasonry, too afraid to take risks, too afraid to try new things because they're afraid of failure, which I think that can be a problem for a lot of people outside of Freemasonry, right? Just in day-to-day life. Are you being too risk averse, too afraid of failure? And the dangers of that. So give it a shot if you think, and if not, like I was saying, I am hoping you can hit the like and subscribe buttons. Liking and subscribing helps big time other people find us. Nicholas Romita, yes. So thank you for the assistance, Nicholas. I appreciate you letting me know about the microphone. We've had a great turnout so far. We've had probably 91 people join us. So thank you so much to everybody who's jumped on and joined us in this chat so far. I love hearing from you guys. Clark Tatum, evil. Me, Freemasons? What do you say when you say evil, Clark? Let me know what you mean by that. I mean, I don't think I'm evil, personally. And I've been a Freemason since 2007. So I've been a Freemason for 14 years, almost 15 years. Geez, time flies. So I've not seen myself any evilness. But, you know, if you have any questions, Clark, let me know. By the way, Clark, I would appreciate it, even if you think I, as a Freemason, am evil. If you hit the like and subscribe button, I would really appreciate it. And I'm sorry that you feel that way. Yeah, YouTube will block some stuff. I mean, depending on what you're saying, you can try to leave a comment on another video from Square and Compass Promotions. I can't guarantee it'll get through, or that I won't block it. It depends what you're saying. But if you want to try that, you can. I guess what I can say is I hope that at the very least, when you see and hear from me, you'll realize that if nothing else, I'm not evil. And I hope that that will maybe help make you reevaluate some of your thoughts on Freemasonry or Masons. And even police. I used to spend a lot of, I worked in the criminal justice system for a while. I was a probation officer. I was worked in a jail, and I worked a lot with police, and I know that they have a very challenging and very hard job. So, you know, welcome to the Square and Compass podcast. If you're just joining us, I hope you'll hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, answer the poll question. Are Freemasons or Masonic bodies too afraid to fail? We've had 10 votes so far, 9 yes, 1 no. I'm one subscriber away from having 1,810 subscribers. So let's see if people can jump on. We've been going for 2 hours and 25 minutes, and it's been great. They won't even let me say the FM word. It gets blocked. Freemason? Let me try. Let me see. Because, I mean, it's in the chat. It seems to work for me. But, I mean, I don't know. Again, I don't know enough about what you're typing, Clark. So sorry I couldn't be of more assistance. Courtney, complex journey filled with life experiences. Yeah, I mean, I think Freemasonry that's a kind of a good way to describe Freemasonry in a lot of ways. It is a complex journey filled with life experiences. But so are many things. So it's hard to say, but I don't disagree with that. If anybody still has the chance and wants to jump in, hit the like button, subscribe button, answer the poll question, and let's talk more in general. Rando, what do you know about Eastern stars? So Eastern Star. So I don't know if the S on there was added on purpose or not. Eastern Star is a Masonic order, which is open to both men and women. It is traditionally, from what I understand, open to women who have some type of relation, daughter, wife, sister, some type of relation to a Freemason, which does distinguish it from the Order of Women Freemasons. But I don't know. I was trying to think of what I kind of lost my train of thought there for a second. Sorry. So that's what Eastern Star is. And I've had a chance to actually interview a few Eastern Star members on my podcast. So I think, I think Eastern Star is an incredibly important body and a very vital part of Freemasonry. What do you know about Eastern? So Joe is instigation World War III. Instigating, I mean. Well, we'll see. I mean, my suspicion is that we won't. I think the risk of war is, with the type of weapons that we have available in the world, the risk of war is so great. I think everybody's trying to be super like they're trying to save face. So they'll attack, but they won't go as far as they could. Like they won't use nuclear weapons because they know if they do that, it escalates, and then everybody's at risk. Human beings have a pattern of making the right choice at the very last minute and pulling things out of the sky. So, there is that. But we'll see. Individuals navigate personal growth. They shape the perspective on the world around them and pursue certain positive goals, hopefully. I think that's kind of a good way to describe the way people navigate through the world. I would agree with that. By the way, if you get the chance, I'm once again hoping you can hit the like and subscribe buttons. Rando, are there any Masonic hand gestures that you can freely explain? No, I cannot. Those are some of those secrets. I can't share those. So I guess what I'll say about that, and this is something I've described before. The reason why there are some things I choose to keep a secret or keep private is the better word. So in most organizations, and Freemasonry is no different, I think that the goal, no, Clark, no, we do not sacrifice children, nor do we sacrifice anyone, children or adults or animals or anything. We do not. So for most groups and organizations, fraternities, whatever you want to call them, the way that you create bonds is through shared experiences. So, for example, I trained to be a professional wrestler. I went to professional wrestling school. And all of the students who went through the school with me at the same time, as well as any professional wrestling student around the world, I have a shared experience and a shared bond with them because I went through the same things they did. So, I remember doing the 100 push-ups. I remember doing the 100 sit-ups. I remember the drills, the sweating, the, being exhausted, all of that stuff. So I have that bond with them, and that creates a very special bond. But because it's physical shared experiences, I don't have to worry about like keeping it a secret, right? Because you're not going to go through those same things, right? So the bond is shared that way. In Freemasonry, the way we share those bonds is also through shared experiences, but because they're not physically demanding, because it's not about money or anything like that, the way that we can ensure that that bond stays strong is by only sharing those experiences with other members. So if I meet a Mason anywhere in the world, I have an instant bond with him because I know certain things and he knows the same things. And because we're both members, that's a special bond that we have. And even for Masons who passed away, like my grandfather was a Mason. He died before I was born. But because he was a Mason, I feel closely connected to him. Because I know that he knew the same hand gestures that I knew, or I know now. And I'm also connected to future Masons in the same way. But that's why I wouldn't share those with non-Masons or in a public forum, because then it kind of dilutes that bond that we have. If that makes any sense. Cameron, how did your weekend go? It went great. Well, I mean, I guess it hasn't really started yet. It's just started today. So far, it's going very well. Put it that way. I'm enjoying it a lot. I'm sure I'm going to keep enjoying it. So thank you, Courtney, for the question. Still at 10 votes, 9 yes, 1 no for Are Freemasons Afraid to Fail? And to anybody who's just joining us, please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and let's chat about Freemasonry. And the question today, are Freemasons too afraid to fail? And what does that mean in terms of being too afraid to fail? And Nicholas, don't worry, I haven't forgotten about your, like I said, your scale model. It's on its way. I'm going to get to you before Christmas. It just all depends on this Canada Post strike and how that's going. I may change up the poll question in a second. I think maybe we can go away from this poll question to a different one. I have some ideas for some other questions. So let's give it a few more minutes. We'll see who else joins, and then we'll switch up the poll question. I am getting one. You can order one if you want. It's $50 per. You got to join the Patreon, and it's $50 American per month, and you get one. Or actually, if you did want to join, though, Nicholas, we do have a free option, and well, anybody who is a patron, whether you're free tier member or whether you are a $50 member, and actually, Nicholas, you are a member at the free tier level, so you're going to be entered into a draw, and then at Christmas, I'm going to be drawing one name from a hat, and that person will get a free Masonic Temple model. So, Nicholas, you might get one. You might win. You might get one for free. So, I'll let you know. I'm going to be announcing that soon, but it's a free giveaway. Anybody watching this, if you become a patron, I'm going to share the link. This is the link I just put on for Patreon. Join the free level. Nicholas, don't worry, you already joined at the free level. And because it's free, you're entered into a draw, though, and you could win a scale model Windsor Masonic Temple. Rando, I kind of get what you meant. I might have to circle on this video 7 times to have a better idea of what you said. Fair enough. I hope that you do actually watch it many times and let me know what you think. As always, leave likes, leave comments, subscribe, all that good stuff. It's very, very important. I am reading the latest novel, Skipping Christmas. What's that about? Let me know what Skipping Christmas is all about. I'll be Canadian. I mean, I can guess kind of by the title a little bit. I'm going to have this poll going for another 10 minutes, maybe, and then we'll switch up to a different one. And anybody else, anything you guys want to chat about, let me know. Doesn't just have to be about Freemasonry. How's the weather over there? Chilly, cold, rainy. It's been chilly, cold, and rainy the past 2 weeks, feels like. We had our first snowfall yesterday, and I missed it. And I felt really bad about that because I love snow. I love seeing snowfall. It's a pain in the ass to wheel through. Some people, if you're in a wheelchair, may know, but I still love it. So I'm willing to accept the headache. You're having chili? I love chili. On a day like today, chili is awesome. I actually got gnocchi, Nicholas. I based it on the idea that you had, because I remember you bought that gnocchi that one time. So I purchased some just to check it out. It was awesome. It was delicious. I actually have some leftovers and I have it today. Well, I don't have any chili, so I can't help you. I have gnocchi over here, which I'm going to make soon. Oh, Nicholas. Yeah, Courtney Nicholas is here. I'm just going to do something quickly. And yeah, as you guys can see, if you guys do get the chance, I hope that you will head over here to these reactions and you can leave some hearts, some hundreds, all that stuff. It helps also people find it. It's good to see both of you guys here. Let me know if you answered the questions and how you went about answering them. I'm one away from 1,810 subscribers. Just one away. Well, I mean, I got stuff to do, Nicholas. Sorry, I can't do it today. I gotta have dinner, then I gotta see a friend of mine. We're going out tonight, and I gotta catch up on a bunch of work. But next time you come over, we'll head out for more of that coffee, and I should have some snacks here that we can munch on. Well, I mean, it was your idea too, so I blame you. You gave me the idea for the gnocchi because I saw you buy it and you said it was good, and it is good and easy to make too. The pre-made gnocchi, super easy to make. I love chips. I got the ketchup chips, by the way. Speaking of, so jump I don't know what, Nicholas, what's your favorite chip flavor? We're still waiting for some more people to jump in here and join us, but we're still asking the question. Do you think Freemasonry, Freemasons, Freemasonry, or Masonic bodies in general are too afraid to fail? Let me know yay or nay and what you think and the reason as to why. I'm going to go the second question first, or second statement first. Sour cream is gross. Dill is gross. Ketchup is delicious. Sweet chili is delicious. Now to Rando. Do you know the story about Cousteau? I do not. Jacques Cousteau, the explorer? I'm not sure. I don't think so. Let me know this story if you can in the chat. Maybe I'll do a quick Google search. Well, there's Jean Cousteau, who was an author. Oh, the sufferings of Jean Cousteau for Freemasonry. I did not know anything about this. Thank you so much for sharing that. That's really cool, Rando. Let me see if I can share this screen for just 1 second. Here's a Mason. He was. I did not know that. I'm just learning this now. One of the reasons I love these live streams is because I can actually learn more about stuff I just didn't know. Jean Cousteau was an 18th century Swiss businessman living in England. Cousteau is probably known for his involvement with Freemasonry, which joined the Premier Grand Lodge of England in London, where he was allegedly a spy for the British Whig Prime Minister. He subsequently was active in Freemasonry in Lisbon and came into conflict with the Portuguese Inquisition. The fallout in the aftermath of this was a major event in the struggle between Catholicism and Freemasonry. I had no idea. That is really, really cool. Thank you so much for sharing that. I'm going to research more of this. Might be worth posting something about this on Medium. Welcome. Very interesting. Freemasonry in England. Oh, sorry, Corny. Nicholas, you need to start a podcast in your voice with Cameron. I appreciate that. I think it'd be great to do more podcasts with Nicholas, or I think it'd be great if Nicholas were to decide to do a podcast on his own, and then I could be a guest on his podcast, just like he's a guest on mine from time to time. That could be a lot of fun. It's easy. Just get your phone out and do it. It's fun. But having said that, you are a great writer. There's actually a writers group, Nicholas. I meant to mention this to you. I think I mentioned to you before, but there's a writers group November 30th. It's meeting at Storytellers Bookstore. What you can do is you can submit your writing to them, and then they will review it and give suggestions on how to make it better. I submitted my Masonic writings to them. So I'm going to be there November 30th at 2 p.m. and it'd be great if you were to join. It's every 2 weeks on Saturday. And what year did the Battle of Hastings take place? I have no idea. I'm going to Google it here. (1066). Oh, so that was when the Normans, Normandy. Well, if you want, you can give me some of your writings and I'd be happy to submit it on your behalf. They just got to take your email address also, and then they're going to share with you their any critiques or any ideas they have to improve. For me, I told them, like, just rip my writings to shit. That way it'll get better. So the Battle of Hastings was fought on 14th October 1066 between the Norman-French army of William, Duke of Normandy, and an English army under the Anglo-Saxon king Harold Godwinson, beginning the Norman conquest of England. It took place approximately 7 miles northwest of Hastings, close to the present-day town of Battle, East Sussex, and was a decisive Norman victory. Yeah, I enjoyed this topic. I think it's been fun. We've had a pretty good turnout too. We've had over 100 people here joining us since the start of this, which has been awesome. If you're just joining us, please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Both of those things help big time. And answer our poll question. Are Freemasons or Masonic bodies too afraid to fail? Do you think people in life are too afraid to fail? I think that's as valid a question, as valid a concern. And welcome again. Jump in the chat. If you don't want to talk about this question or even what's on the screen, anything you guys want to chat about is fine with me. It's my favorite thing to do, is just to chat with people. I mean, I think what we've just seen here is a great example of why this is so important. I had no idea about Cousteau as the person on the screen. And clearly, he had a major contribution and a major impact for Freemasonry and its schism, its still existing schism with the Catholic Church and Freemasonry. So it's fascinating. All right, we're going to give it a few more minutes, and then I think I'm going to switch up the poll question. That is a very good question, Nicholas. Who is ready for Christmas? Not me, not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. Life is an experience. Yes, it is. I am. How can you possibly be ready for Christmas? It's November 22nd. I haven't done any of my Christmas cards or Christmas messages. I purchased like 3 gifts. I'm still trying to budget. There's so much stuff I got to do, so I'm not even a little bit ready. Hopefully I will become ready soon, but as of right now, I'm not, like I said, even a little bit ready. I am a Christmas person. Yeah, I mean, it's funny for me, Christmas, I used to not like, I used to be kind of ambivalent. Well, when I was a kid, let me put it this way. When I was a kid, I loved Christmas. And then when I got older, it switched and I started to really enjoy Halloween, and I kind of didn't like Christmas as much, or didn't care about Christmas as much. But now I find that I've gotten older, it's actually switched back. And now I find I still love Halloween a lot, but I find I'm much more a fan of Christmas also, which is interesting to kind of be interested in it once again. So that's kind of cool. But I'm even just doing the Christmas cards, it's so much work. So you're a bah humbug. No, I was a bah humbug. But now I'm saying I like it again and enjoy it. Now it's just a matter of I'm just so busy finding the time to do all the Christmas cards and buy Christmas gifts and shop for people, and all that stuff takes up a lot of time. You must make time. Cameron, do you put Christmas trees up? I don't. I used to have a Coke, like a glass Coke bottle, and I have these ornaments. They were like these sticks that had a bunch of lights on them. You're supposed to put them like outside to light up your driveway or something, but I would put them in that Coke bottle and just put it on the end of my bed, or like frame kind of thing. That was my Christmas tree, and I liked it. It was pretty. I'd go to sleep with it on. So yeah, so it looked cool, but I do agree though. It's important to make the time to follow through on these things. Let's actually switch it up for a second. I'm going to stop sharing. And I want to switch up this poll. I'm going to go with what Nicholas was saying. By the way, if you're just joining us, please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and jump in the chat. We're going to ask this question now. Are you ready for the Christmas/holiday season? Let me know in the oh, we got one yes, one no. All right, there we go. Starting off hot. You two have become, well, thank you, Courtney. I feel like you've become kind of family as well, so I do appreciate it very much. It's good to have you here and have you joining us. Oh, we got 3 votes, it looks like. 2 yes and 1 no. But we got 4 people watching. Nicholas says, yes, I am. Again, I don't know how you can be ready for Christmas so early. That's very impressive. I don't feel ready in the least. We got 6 people watching us. Welcome, everybody. If you could, if you're just joining, hit the like and subscribe button. Let us know, are you ready for Christmas or the holiday season? Is your lodge, if you're a Mason, is your lodge doing anything for Christmas? And if they are, what are they doing? Christmas party, Christmas event, anything to that extent? Let us know. And do you invite, for example, the public to these events? Do you keep them kind of private just to Masons or Masonic families? Let me know in the chat. Nicholas Romita, I am ready after Christmas. Well, good for you. You're better than the rest of us. I find it's always a rush, and then I always somehow manage to get it done. Actually, I'm not going home for Christmas this year. I'm going to be home December 10th for my dad's lodge's installation, and then again in January 9th. So life is short. It goes by quick. You get 75 years on average. It's a little bit longer if you're a Freemason. Life is a little bit longer, but not by much. You're still on average 75 years, right? For most people. Masons do have a longer life expectancy. So let's say 80 years still. So you want to make the utmost of it. I agree with that 100%. Nicholas plans to live for 85 years. All right, well, that's pretty impressive. I don't, good for you. I hope you make it, sir. I'm cheering you on. Everybody cheer on Nicholas. He's going to make it to his 85 years. Okay, we got 4 votes. Are you ready for the Christmas holiday season? 2 yes, 2 no. So see, Nicholas, I'm not the only one who's fallen behind. There's other people as well. And if you are joining and you voted, let me know why you voted the way you did, especially if you voted no. What do you still have to do? What do you plan to do for the holiday season? You should have Christmas dinner. Maybe. I mean, I'm not the best at cooking by any means, but maybe I could give it a shot. Oh, at the temple we used to. It's hard to just organize everything. You need volunteers and stuff, and we've done it in the past. I do want to do it again next year. There is actually an event happening at Heritage Canadian Transportation Museum in Heritage Village. The Heritage Lodge there is having a Christmas village, and it's my intention to try to get there. So that is something that is happening Masonically for Christmas, but we'll see what else we can do. In the meantime, please keep answering the poll. Please keep hitting the like button, hitting the subscribe button. That stuff helps out major. Is there a status difference with Masons who are open with who they are and the ones who are not? No. Like there's a personality difference. So, and like what they know. So in Freemasonry, there really isn't status in, I think, maybe the sense that you mean. So in Freemasonry, there are 3 main degrees. There's the Entered Apprentice, the Fellowcraft, and Master Mason degree. Once you get to the Master Mason degree, then you're pretty much at the highest status you can receive. You can receive different honors or awards, and you can also become an officer, become a master of a lodge. You can join Scottish Rite of York, right? You can get like additional titles, but in terms of like status, the most important status is Master Mason. And so there is no status different in terms of who's open and who's not. What I find it's more personality wise, right? There is a thing in the States, I will say. So if you're an entered apprentice and you join in the States, so you're brand new, you'll be encouraged to kind of keep quiet or not be open about being a Mason until you become a Master Mason. And the reason for that is if people don't know if another Mason sees you and assumes you're a Master Mason, they may divulge secrets of the Master Mason degree before you're ready for it. In Canada, we don't really do that. I mean, it really does just come down to personality. I find there are some Masons who are just very private individuals, and they like to keep all of this stuff quiet, whether it be about their job or Freemasonry or anything like that. They like to be very private. And those Masons who are more outgoing, gregarious, want to share their experience with everybody, they tend to be more willing to just be open and talk to me about it. So it really does come down to personality, much more so than status. Once again, if that makes any sense. We've got Romita and Courtney sharing recipes for Choco Nog. Very cool. I heard Shriners are above Master Masons. No, it's not. It's thinking. So you don't want to think about it in terms like a hierarchy. Here's the example I always use. I hope this makes sense, Rando. So I went to law school and I graduated law school. So me and all of my classmates, right? Once we graduated law school, we all became lawyers. So we're all equal in terms of we're all law school graduates, we're all lawyers. Some of my classmates went and specialized in criminal law, right? Some went and specialized in family law. Some went and specialized in corporate law. Some went and specialized in social benefits. Some ended up not practicing law at all and went into a different field. But you would never say that like a criminal lawyer is above a corporate lawyer. It's just a different specialization. And even though with that specialization, they have to take different potentially continuing education courses or they have different requirements, it's not like one is higher than the other, right? They're all just lawyers with different specialties. And that's the way I view Freemasonry. Once you get your third degree, you're a Mason, and you're as much a Mason as anybody else. But then some third degree Masons may choose to go into the shrine, which is a specialized series of degrees. Some may choose to go into Scottish Rite. Some may go into York Rite. Some may just stay at just remain as a Master Mason and not pursue any additional branches. But you would never say that like the Shriner is above a Master Mason, anything to that extent. If that makes sense, right? It's a specialization. It's one that focuses much more on the social and charitable aspects of the craft, does the Shrine, as opposed to other branches of Freemasonry. But it's not above a Master Mason. It's just a different type of Masonry. I'm diabetic. Unfortunately, now I have to be strict upon myself. Yes, you do. Not just you, but everybody. If you have any kind of medical issues, I'm always saying it's incredibly important to listen to your doctor and do what you're told and follow doctor's advice. I think it's unfortunately, but very often, people who don't follow doctor's advice can end up in a bit of trouble, right? So. Follow advice. and do what you're told. One of my, a quote I usually use is from The Stand, the book by Stephen King, where he says, "The doctor tells you, you don't tell the doctor." So I think that's really interesting. The doctor tells you what to do, Courtney. Looks like we have got 5 votes. 3 people are ready for the holiday season and 2 people are not. I'll probably become ready for the holiday season or Christmas. I'll probably become ready for it on Christmas Eve. So there you go. I'll make it to Christmas Eve and then I'll be ready. And then it'll be over. And then I'll have a whole bunch of new stuff to deal with, as is always the case. Awesome to see we've had 112 people join us today. Thank you so much. We've been streaming for about 3 hours. First of all, Nicholas, I'm going to be that guy. It's not too late, T-O. It's too late, T-O-O. And welcome. If you're just joining us, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and let us know, are you ready for the Christmas season? Or we can go back to our original question, which is, are Freemasons or Freemasonry or Masonic bodies, pick your term, too afraid to fail? We had 9 people vote. 1 person said no, and 9 people said yes, which I thought was super interesting. But welcome, everybody. If you're just joining us, we are here at the Square and Compass podcast to chat about Freemasonry or anything else we want to talk about. Today, we were talking about Freemasonry and are Freemasons too afraid to fail? Yes or no? And also, we're talking about, in this case, getting ready for the holiday season. And is your Masonic Lodge doing anything for the holiday season? For Christmas, for Hanukkah, even something as simple as like posting something on social media, because that is something that you can do as well. And I really do think, I want to go back though, I'm going to share it one more time. I think this idea of being perfect and what it means to be perfect. Because the thing about being perfect is, a lot of people think the way to be perfect is to never fail. And I don't believe that. I think this is how I think it is to be perfect. If I could find it now. Here it is. Oh, let's let this play out. Give me 1 second. All right, let's see. Also, by the way, and once again, this is from Friday Night Lights. Once again, Friday Night Lights, the best sports movie of all time, in my humble opinion. Let me just see if I can share this screen. If it comes up for you guys. I'm just going to give this one second. I just want to wait to make sure that you guys can see it. Because I feel like sometimes, because I'm not great at this stuff, it doesn't. There it is. It looks like it's popped up on the screen. I have many questions, LOL, though I know the universe unravels itself when the student is. I think, Rando, there's absolutely nothing wrong with asking questions. I think the more questions you ask, the better. I don't always have the answers. Don't get me wrong, but at least I'll try to answer the questions when I can. Going back to this idea before I mentioned, what does it mean to be perfect? What does it mean to succeed and not to fail? To win and not to lose? I think that this clip sums up my view on it very well. So let's play it.
It's real simple. You got 2 more quarters and that's it. Now, most of you have been playing this game for 10 years. And you got 2 more quarters. And after that, most of you will never play this game again as long as you live. Now, you all have known me for a while. And for a long time now, you've been hearing me talk about being perfect. Well, I want you to understand something. To me, being perfect is not about that scoreboard out there. It's not about winning. It's about you and your relationship to yourself and your family and your friends. Being perfect is about being able to look your friends in the eye and know that you didn't let them down because you told them the truth. And that truth is that you did everything that you could. There wasn't one more thing that you could have done. Can you live in that moment as best you can with clear eyes and love in your heart? With joy in your heart. If you can do that, gentlemen, then you're perfect.
So there you go. So long as you, at the end of the day, can say to other people, can say to those around you that you did the best you could and you tried as hard as you could, then win or lose, you succeed. That's truly what I believe. And that kind of has to be what you believe. That's kind of the only thing you can choose to believe. Because what is the alternative, You'll drive yourself crazy if you start to think about it in other ways. 6 votes. Are you ready for Christmas holiday season? 3 yes, 3 no, 50-50. So 3 of the people are like me, super lazy, and 3 of you are like Nicholas and Courtney, I think, getting all ready and all set for Christmas. Let me know in the chat if you have any plans for Christmas, holiday season, if your lodge has any plans for the holiday season, if you have any traditions you'd like to share, all that good stuff. And thank you, everybody who's tuned in. We've had a another great amount of people showing up. Attendance, over 100 people tune in so far, which has been awesome to see. So please, let's keep it going. Let's keep chatting. They shot that wonderful movie here in Texas. They did. It is such a great movie. It's one of the best, right? So good. I wonder if there's any other clips I can share. I also love the fact that in this movie, they actually they don't win at the end. Spoilers, I kind of ruin it. Spoilers, they don't win at the end. I'm going to share this clip. If you've never seen this movie and you want to, I guess, sorry about that. But but it was out in 2004. It's been 20 years. You haven't seen it, it's your own fault.
Imagine that there was somebody who had a perfect memory and could consume and read everything on the internet and understand 90% of it. And they sat down next to you and said, ask me anything you want. That's Gemini.
Let's just ignore that. There it is. Welcome to Friday Night Lights. Awesome, Nicholas. I'm happy that your mom is coming to see you for a couple of days. Very, very cool. Hope you have a good time. That would be much appreciated. We're here primarily chatting about Freemasonry, but we always kind of go off on different tangents, and we were talking about, in this case, the idea of being afraid to fail and why you shouldn't be afraid to fail, which led us into the perfect speech in this movie from the perfect speech from Friday Night Lights, which then made me want to watch the ending of it because I love this movie so much. Tone to Black Sheep, my algorithm. Cool. Thank you, YouTube. Let me know if you can like and subscribe and all that good stuff. And like I said, what we usually talk about here is Freemasonry. So let me know if you are a Freemason, if you're not, if you have any questions about it. I became a Freemason in 2007. So I've been a Mason for about 14 years. I don't know everything, but I know some stuff. And if you are a Mason and you want to let me know more about your lodge, by all means, throw that in the chat as well. Or we can talk about anything else you want to chat about. I'm not a Mason. Oh, maybe I'm wondering if maybe YouTube, you search stuff about Freemasonry. Who knows why you got the algorithm suggestion, but I'm happy that you did. If you have any questions, let me know and I can try my best to answer them. I don't know, I'm not an expert on Freemasonry by any means, but I'll give you kind of my, at least if nothing else, my perspectives on Freemasonry. And like I was saying, Tone, if you want, and you can hit the like and subscribe button and ask me any questions or anything you want to chat about. In terms of knowledge, I also post a lot about science, what I know about it. I have a Medium page where I write a lot of stuff, again, about Freemasonry and different ways it connects to it. Or, Tone, we can talk about paranormal investigations, as Nicholas is saying there. He's a paranormal investigator, and we've done a couple paranormal investigations at the Windsor Masonic Temple and other Masonic buildings as well. I've seen several of them done in different locations. Most recently, Johnstown. 1,811. So thank you. We bumped up our subscribers and we've had a great turnout so far. And it's great to see the algorithm recommending us to people. Thank you also for all the, oh yeah, we're still live. Sorry, just waiting for some people to jump in. Oh, I saw Dan this morning too, and I forgot to ask him. He's going to get an email from me soon. So when he gets the email, I'll mention it to him once again. Because I know you're still waiting on them. I know I've got them somewhere myself. I just can't find them. Don't worry, I'll get them to you soon. I promise. I know I've been saying that for a while, but I always do what I say. It can take a little while, but I always do what I say. Am I getting those photos for you? And yeah, I just acknowledge too. So, I just found out a friend of mine is getting out of the hospital. So I think it sounds like, Nicholas, you're going to be sharing some recipes with our friend Courtney, which is awesome. They're just a branch. Sorry, a branch of like Freemasons are just a branch. I'm not sure. I'm not sure who the they is there. Pronouns, pal. But kind of a branch of what? Yeah, so Freemasons, they're just a branch. A branch of what? Cameron, why does Nicholas have to be older than us? I'm 44. I'm 41. Yeah, Nicholas, you're an old man. I don't know how it feels to be so old, Nicholas, but you're an old man. So take that. Are you educated in astronomy? Oh, tone to I meant the Shriners. Yes. Yeah, we were talking about Shriners above. Yes, the Shriners are a branch of Freemasonry. Like I said, it's not a higher branch or a lower branch than, say, a Master Mason. It's just a different branch. But equally valid as all the others and equally important to our Masonic family. Are you educated in astronomy? Not like formally. I have written a ton about astronomy, though, because it's one of the liberal arts and sciences. Like, for example, actually, I just posted this. I'm just going to share this. Just give me 1 second. This link I just posted, it's to a Medium article I wrote, Rando, on astronomy. If you want, and you can, I'd appreciate it if you clicked on that link and maybe followed me on Medium as well as on YouTube. Nicholas Romita, 54. Yeah, so geez, you're old. Maybe, I don't know how you got to be so old. Courtney and I over here, we're like the young stallions. You're just an old man, Nicholas. I am young. You're 54. 54 is not young. And in what world is 54 young? I'm 43. Big 7. I don't know what Big 7 comes from, but I'm 43. So I'm younger than everybody here. I'm just 41. I'm as young as they come, apparently. So going back to Nicholas Ramita says, yes, it is. Okay, we'll give this one to you, Nicholas. 54 is young. We all know it's really not, but we're going to pretend like it is for Nicholas. So everybody in the chat, you can say 54 is young, if that makes you feel better. Oh, I get it. Numbers 43, 4 plus 3, big 7. I don't know if you were here. Yeah, we were talking about the number 7 a little while ago and how how much and how significant the number 7 usually is when it comes to liberal arts and sciences. There's 7 deadly sins. There's 7 hills in Rome. 7 is the prime number after cube. 7 liberal arts and sciences. There's 7 muses. 7 is most people's favorite number. So that's super fascinating how 7 keeps on popping up. The number 7 keeps popping up. 7 chakras from Rando. There you go. There's another one. 13 is evil. I don't think 13 is evil. 7 days in a week. That's another one. There are 7 continents. There are 7 seas. So, yeah, it's interesting. There are 7 people watching us right now, according to my metrics above. So, that's pretty interesting. 7 is a very important number Masonically and not Masonically. So that is 52 weeks in a year. 5 plus 2 is 7. Well, I used to know somebody who was big into numbers. He was big into numerology. I don't know much about numbers or numerology, but it was really interesting to see. Welcome to everybody who's just joining us. If you could hit the like button and the subscribe button. Liking and subscribing helps majorly in terms of people finding this podcast. Answer our poll question. Are you ready for the Christmas holiday season, either you or your Masonic Lodge? Yes or no? It's been great to see the turnout here. We've had about 123 people join us from start to finish. It looks like we lost it there for a second, but we're back. I'm not sure why. Let me know if you guys are still here. Oh, okay. Not sure why the chat got lost there for a second, but we're back. Each number has a meaning. Yeah, I agree. I think all numbers have a meaning. I think sometimes those meanings can be more superstition based. I think it just depends. But I still think it's fascinating and worth more exploration. Do you actually have a favorite number? If you do, let me know in the chat as well. I think I had a favorite number when I was a kid, but I can't remember what it was. Jesus had 12 disciples, and if you add Jesus, that's 13. That's true. I never thought of that. But I've never believed in like that 13 is an evil or unlucky number. And in many cultures, actually, 13 is a super lucky number, it's considered. So, I think that it's a little bit of a myth. Tone to Black Sheep 8 is your favorite number? Okay, cool. I don't know if I even have a favorite number. You know what? I'm going to say 7 just because it keeps popping up so much. And apparently that's what most people would likely say. We got 9 people watching us. Welcome, everybody. If you can, please hit the like and subscribe button. Answer our poll question. Jason Allen, 33 is everywhere. Is it? I don't know much about 33. Can you give some examples, Jason Allen, of where you see 33 popping up? 8 is 33 split in half. Well, split in half and then mirrored, I guess. Yeah, right. You have to flip one of those as well. Welcome everybody who's just joining us. Jason, let me know about the number 33 and also answer our poll question. Are you ready for the Christmas holiday season? And can you leave a like and hit the subscribe button? That would be very, very helpful for this chat, as always. Bank of America logo is 11, 11, 11, which equals 33. Nicholas Ramita, I don't have a favorite number. It should be 54, which is your age, because you're so very old. So very old. M and M equals 33. Because M is the A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. That's 10. K, L, M. So that's 13. I'm not sure what M and M equals 33 means. Sideways M's are 3s. Okay, they could be. Yeah, I guess I see what you're saying. I've never thought of it that way. Watching the Santa Claus movie now. I've never actually, well, I shouldn't say never. I saw the Santa Claus movie once. It was such a long time ago. I remember nothing about it. I remember the chimney scene where he goes down the chimney or whatever it is. So that was the one thing I do remember, but I don't remember it well. Jason Allen, if you could take a moment and hit the, if you haven't done so yet, Jason, if you could hit the like and subscribe button, I would really, really appreciate it. And it would help. It would help us out a lot with the algorithm and all that good stuff. The more people we get liking and subscribing, the better. So I would appreciate it. If you don't want to, I'm just happy you're here, though, joining us. I do much appreciate it. Sideways M's are 3s. Come on, you know. Let's go to my channel for a second. Been posting a lot of fun stuff, so it's been good times. And thank you, everybody who's been here and been part of this. So far, it's been a really good turnout in terms of numbers of people. Cameron, the chat is going great. I agree, the chat is going great. We got a lot of new people, new faces, which I do appreciate. We're going to give it another 10 minutes because I still have to grab some food because grab my gnocchi because then I'm going out with my friend tonight. 13 bloodlines. What are the 13 bloodlines? That sounds familiar. That's from the Bible, right? I could be mistaken. In fact, I probably am mistaken, but I feel like that's biblical somehow. Well, I mean, I remember, what was it? That makes me think actually of Battlestar Galactica, because in Battlestar Galactica, there was the 12 colonies of man, and then the 13th colony were the Cylons, and that was that whole thing, which I love Battlestar Galactica. I think the reboot, genuinely, one of the best TV shows of the last 30 years, 20 years. God, when was it out? Feels like it was out so long ago. It's scary now that I say that. 13 families that runs the world. I don't know, Tone. I don't think anybody actually runs the world. I think the world is so complicated. It'd be impossible for it'd be impossible for even 13 families to run the world. I think the world is actually a very, very complicated place, and there's no group or groups in control of it. Things are much more, I think, it's a lot of people trying their best in very challenging times. It was, Nicholas. It was a great show. Especially the first season. The first season was so good. You know, like the 1%. I know I've never bought the 1%. Personally, like eating my chips. Like, so obviously there is such a thing as wealth disparity, and I mean I'm not denying that. So there's like a levels of 1% of the population has a lot of wealth, but the idea that there's like a 1% controlling the world or making decisions for everybody else that affect everybody else, I just don't think so, because I think that 1%, they all have their own competing interests as well. So if you got like 5 or 10 super rich dudes, they're not all going to get along with each other because they have competing business interests and competing financial interests, and they may actually be fighting against each other as well as against regulations and all that stuff. I think people just act in their own self-interest, and things kind of work out the way they work out. I don't think there's any larger plans in terms of how you control it. Not the original. No, I don't believe that the original was good, Nicholas. I mean, I haven't seen a lot of the original, but I love the remake about Galactica. The original, never was a fan of it. That sounds like now, LOL. Rando, it's a system. Everybody has a boss. Yeah, I think that's kind of what I think trying to say. Everybody has a boss. Everybody has people that they report to, but the bosses aren't then conspiring to, control large swatches of the world. It's just the bosses themselves have their own unique interests that they have to try to protect, and things kind of sort out the way they sort out. Well, I mean, maybe I'll have to give it another watch. I never got into the original, but maybe I'll give it another go. You know what? I'm going to make that a poll question. I'm going to go for another poll question about that, just for fun. Cameron, would you say that Freemasonry is considered infinitely at some point, or in a sense? No, I used this expression once. I said Freemasonry exists in liminal space, and liminal references a space that's in between. So a liminal space could be a hallway between two like rooms or something. That's a liminal space. And there is a sense in which a liminal space is infinite. It's like somebody described liminal space as an endless present or an infinite present. So I think Freemasonry exists in that space of there's the person you are, there's the person you want to be, and the space between those two things is the liminal space that Freemasonry has, or in which Freemasonry exists. And so in that sense, you could argue it's like an infinite present, because it's an infinite journey of trying to better yourself. Rando, how do you feel about the Matrix movie? Well, it's an interesting thing that you would ask that, Rando, because shameless self-plug. I did October 28th. I did an interview with a fellow Mason about symbolism in the Masonic movies, symbolism in the Matrix movies and in Westworld, the TV show, that could relate to Freemasonry. I'm going to share it there. So there's the link. If you want to and you can, please click on that link and you can see how I feel about the Matrix movies, which I liked the first one a lot. Even the first one, I say I liked it a lot. I enjoyed it, but it's not, my top 10 or anything. Second one I thought was okay. Third one didn't really like. I don't know. I never was a big action movie fan or even like science fiction fan. For me, it's always been horror movies are my favorites, followed by Hallmark Christmas movies. All right, going to ask the question in honor of Nicholas. Do you prefer Battlestar Galactica original or remake? So far, we've got one vote for the remake. Nicholas, get on there and vote. Your original is getting trounced right now in the polls. So, but all my feelings on the Matrix movie you can find there. I mean, it's fascinating. Like, I really like what he was saying. See if I can share the screen in just 1 second. It's going to take me a few seconds to find it. See if I can share this with you guys. Nicholas, during your paranormal investigations, is there a way to determine if it's male or female entity? Nicholas, if you want to jump in and answer that while I head over here. So you see this, we kind of talk about it here, right? In the Matrix, after taking the red pill, Neo touches a mirror, which serves as a powerful symbol of his first confrontation with his deeper self and the truths he must now face. This act of self-reflection is essential for his transformation from an ordinary individual to the One. And do you remember the camera goes after this happens? Yes, it's visiting the interior. We can mention another easy parallel, and that is the role of a mentor. In the Matrix, Morpheus embodies the role of a mentor, guiding Neo through his awakening process. Morpheus' belief in Neo's potential mirrors the supportive environment Freemasonry fosters to help initiates realize their true capabilities. 2 votes. Original gets 1 vote. Remake gets 1 vote. Thank you, everybody, for sticking around. I am going to try, because this one has gone so well. I'm going to be absolutely swamped tomorrow, unfortunately, but I'm going to try to see if I can do another one of these tomorrow. We still have a bit of time, so if everybody could, if you haven't done so yet, please hit the like button on this and the subscribe button. Check out the links. Check us out. We just joined Blue Sky. Let me see if I can show you here. Our profile on Blue Sky, so you guys can find us there if you want. We're still on X as well. But this is us here. Square Compass promo at bski.social. Find us on there, or follow us on Twitter. Follow us on anything else. Cameron, I have an alien novel. I had an alien novelization, actually. It was based like after, I think it was set after, I forget which one. It was set after Resurrection. So it was really cool. What's the name of your alien novel? Just out of curiosity. All right, we still got a bunch of people watching. I'm again hoping tomorrow to come back on at, let's say, 11:30. I still have a couple interviews I'm planning. Our last actual podcast interview, I'm just going to pull it up here. Just give me 1 second, was with Bump in the Night Society about paranormal investigation, and that took place November 10th, 2024. We premiered that one. So that was about 2 weeks ago. Then we had several, all kind of from Johnstown. So we've had a lot of really great episodes released recently, and we had a YouTube short released recently, but we still have a lot more things to share with people. Jump in the chat. Let me know how you're doing. We were discussing today about Freemasonry. Are Freemasons too afraid to fail? Actually, I'm going to end this poll, and I'm going to put this back up in the chat just one more time to see if anybody wants to answer it again. Because we might have some new people who didn't get to answer the poll the first time around. Last time we had 10 votes. 9 said yes, 1 said no. So I'm curious what people were going to say for this one. If I do it again, because we have 10 people watching us now. And please, if you're just joining us, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. All that stuff helps out majorly. So if you already voted, you don't have to vote again. But if you haven't voted yet, now's your chance to let me know what you think. The one I got is Aliens Genocide. Sounds like quite the title. I'd love to hear more about it. Don't lend it to me because I'll ruin it. But, theoretically, maybe I can hear more about it. You can tell me if it's good or not good. Who's the main character in it? Is it like a Ripley-esque character or... So interesting. We have this time same votes. We have 1 yes and 1 no. So maybe the same person who voted no last time voted no this time, or maybe it's a new person. Be curious to know. And let me know why you picked your answer, especially the person who said no. Why did you go with no, that Freemasons are not too afraid to fail? Do you think that the risks of failure are just so high that it makes sense to avoid? It makes more sense to be risk averse versus risk neutral? I mean, we could even write that down here. Risk averse versus risk neutral. What do those things mean? Let me know what you think those things mean. No Ripley? That's okay. I think you don't need Ripley in the Alien universe, to be honest. I think we kind of need to move past that. I like the Prometheus stuff a lot. I thought it was really good. And I liked Prometheus. I liked Alien Covenant. I liked Prometheus, I think, more than almost anybody else did. Tone the Black Sheep coming in with some good questions. Well, so that's kind of the question, right? Like, fail in what? I think that is a lot of what this is going to fall into. So, just in a general sense, this idea of being afraid to try new things because, you're afraid of failure. So you'd rather just not try the new thing. And what we are seeing in Freemasonry is, really almost globally, with some exceptions, but certainly in North America, significant reduction in membership, significant reduction in the number of lodges. And it seems like a lot of lodges are really averse in trying something different or trying something new. And so you get this idea of like, well, they don't want to try and fail. So they'd rather just not try, whether it's a new way to get members or a new approach to things or applying for grants or switching buildings or whatever it is. They're afraid of failing. But then it's like, when you say fail in what? the what becomes a big issue too, because as the, so let's say you have no money in the bank and you decide to take, you only have $50 and you decide to take a risk and use that $50 to invest, and the investment doesn't go. Now you have no money. So it's one of those things where it's like, sometimes it's like, it's about risk assessments and trying to figure out if the risk you're taking and what the consequences of failure will be. If you try it, then you're not afraid to fail, doing it only for experience. I think, yeah, that's kind of my point as well. It's like, it's better to try and fail and learn from that than to not try at all, because then you just never know. So I think the experience is really important. This is interesting. So the last time we did this poll, we had 10 people vote, 9 said yes, 1 said no. Now we're at kind of the opposite. We have 2 saying no and 1 saying yes. So if you're saying no, let me know in the chat. I'm asking, you can ask questions. I mean, that's kind of the whole point, Rando. I'm happy to have guys asking questions. I wish more people would ask questions on these. I mean, but you can also give your own opinions as well. So like, whatever opinions you have, I'd love to hear more about them. Now, this is super interesting. Now we have the same poll again, though we have the reverse. We have the majority saying no, they're not too afraid to fail, and the minority saying yes. So that's a super interesting change. So yeah, let me know. Keep asking questions and keep talking. I hope, by the way, that you guys will share this with other people, this stream or this link or this channel, I should say. The more people we have sharing it, the more people can find it, the more I can talk about the thing I love more than anything else, even though it is also often a pain in the ass, Freemasonry. But I am fascinated by the way that the votes changed. That's really cool. I'm not sure if that says anything, probably not, but it's really fascinating thing to see nonetheless. Also, it's great to see we've kind of had 10 people watching this for the whole time, which is a really good turnout. So thank you so much to everybody who's tuning in and watching. And let me know. I think it was Rando. If you were the one asking, let me know if you clicked on those links to the Medium pages. If you've seen those articles, I hope that you'll read them and check them out and let me know. And if you are just joining us, answer the poll question: are Freemasons too afraid to fail? I sent you a message, says Nicholas. I don't think I saw anything. Did I see anything? Let me see. Nicholas going to check if I saw your message. Thank you for hitting the like button. Whoever did that, please hit the subscribe as well and answer the poll question. I heard the Moors are basically the ones who taught the Masons. I'm not sure about that. I don't know what that. Nicholas, my messenger is being kind of annoying right now. I'm going to see if I can find it on my computer. I'm not sure. What are the, I don't even know what that word means. I think I've heard it before. Let me see. Moors were people who lived in North Africa, and this word was used generally by Europeans, sometimes Muslim or Black people. However, once Iberia was captured from the Visigoths during the Middle Ages, they began to move more and more into modern-day Spain and Portugal. Cool. I heard that too. Neat. Like I said, I never heard that, but I mean, it's very possible. Ugh. For some reason, sorry, Nicholas, I'm not able to get your message. We're going to give it a few more minutes and see if maybe. All right, let's try it on my computer. That's very cool, though. And welcome everybody for just joining us. Please hit the like and subscribe button, as well as answer the poll questions. Are Freemasons too afraid to fail? And honestly, if you want, what'd be really interesting is if you could even apply that outside of just Freemasonry, you could apply that to almost anything in life, right? Like, are people too afraid to fail? Are governments too afraid to fail? Are corporations too afraid to fail? Are we in society too afraid to fail? I think that's a really interesting kind of question, because I think sometimes that fear can really hold people back from finding a lot of success. Research the Yakub story. I can do that. Give me 1 second. Let's research the Yakub story. So here was Jacob. He was a prophet. There are multiple matches for Yakub, including a figure in the nation of Islam and a prophet. Is it Prophet Yakub was the father to 12 sons? The first 10 were born to his first wife, while Prophet Yusuf and his brother Binyam. Is it the prophet story? I think we are all failing at this point. I don't know about that. I think it can sometimes seem that way, but it's only because we're so we're doing so much more than we've ever done before. And so because of that, I think sometimes we don't realize. Oh, Nicholas, I think I got your message. We don't realize how, okay, I got Nicholas's message. Thank you, Nicholas. How actually amazing things are in some ways. So how do I put it? So my mom last year, and it's amazing to think, not amazing, but it's crazy to think it's been a year, but she passed away from cancer. And during her illness, I mean, it could feel like everything was failing, and in a way, I guess it was, her body was, but the fact that she had as many extra months as she had, and the medical treatment that she got, even though it wasn't perfect, it was still amazing to see the medical treatment she got. And you think about what it meant to have cancer 100 years ago, right? It was an automatic death sentence. There was no such thing as a minor cancer. It was, you're going to die. And you're going to die in incredibly painful ways. And then you think about where we're at now and what they were able to do for my mom. And even though at the end of the day, she was still in pain and there's only so much they could do, the care that she received and got, and what we're able to do medically to try to heal her and give her more time on earth, it's pretty incredible, and I think we want to remember those things as well. So So focus on some of those positives as well. I'm not sure if we're all failing as much as we think we are. Nicholas, read it out loud. All right, I can read it out loud. The queen is dead, and the hive mind has been left to flounder on its own. On a world bereft of its only guiding force, a schism is taking place. Two strains of alien formerly united by one all-powerful military. Now all-powerful mother now divide their forces for a world-shattering. Here, I'm not going to read this. I'm just going to share this screen. Well, she broke out of her shell. I appreciate that, Tone. Thank you for saying it that way. That's a good way to look at it. Let's see. Is this it? Yeah, here it is. I'm going to share this screen. On Earth, after generation of rebuilding in the wake of alien infestation, athletes from every corner of the world are flocking to humanity's goodwill games, but some come with a dangerous new tool, a drug called fire, distilled from the very essence of the alien's body chemistry. The military wants it, pharmaceutical kingpin Daniel Grant wants it, and the only essential ingredient can be found is on a world convulsed by alien holocaust. So there you go. It's interesting. I did the poll this morning, or this afternoon, and it was 9-1. Freemasons are too afraid to fail. And now I'm doing this poll again, and it's 4-1. Freemasons are not too afraid to fail. So that's super interesting. I'm not sure why the change there is, but that's cool. All right, let's give this 5 more minutes, and then I think we're going to have to call it because I still have to get ready for what's going to be, I have no doubt, a very busy night tonight and very fun night tonight, hanging out with some friends. Thank you, everybody who's joined. I'm going to try, just because this was so successful, I'm going to see if I can do another one of these tomorrow. I do have a ton of Masonic work I have to do, but that might be worth talking about, actually. All of the Masonic work that we're going to be doing, that we have to do as secretaries, and a lot of people who don't realize how much work is actually involved in being a Freemason, especially being a secretarial Freemason or secretary. Thank you for having me, young man. Yes, thank you. You hear that, Nicholas? He called me a young man. He wouldn't call you, Nicholas, a young man, just for the record. So how does that make you feel? Oh, see, Nicholas isn't responding now because he knows he's old. I'm just kidding, Nicholas. I promise. You're not that old. You're still a young man at heart. But thank you, everybody, for joining us. It was great to see some new people taking part. I need to go get ready for tonight. So with that, I'm going to end this stream, but say thank you again, everybody, for joining us. I'm going to be back on tomorrow. I do believe I will. I'm going to aim for 11:30. So I'll let you know. I'll try to post some stuff on social media. Follow us on the news sites. Thank you, everybody. Suggest topics, and we'll talk tomorrow.